Good morning, everyone. Once again, welcome to the quarterly Board of Regents meeting, and we are thrilled to be on the campus of Chattanooga State Community College. This is the 30 minutes we allocate when we travel in our board meetings to hear from our college president and hear all the great things happening on our campus. So it is a thrill for us this morning to welcome Dr. Flora Tidings and tell us about Chattanooga State. We are so proud you're here.
Well, good morning, and I am so proud that you are here today. It has truly been our pleasure to host you, and we have enjoyed it. I know many of you said we'll be happy when you're gone, but we have been happy to have you here. It's now my honor, on behalf of the faculty and staff here, to give you a little bit of an update on what is happening at Chattanooga State. I did want to share we celebrated our 50th birthday last year, so we're 51 this year, but I have a brief history that I would like to show you. We started strong and we are still going strong. I do want to give you a little bit of an update as to where we are today. Our service area, as you know, is a 6-county area in southeast Tennessee. We serve 3 campuses, the main campus that you see here, our east campus over on Lee Highway, the Kimball campus, which this is a rendering. We do only have one of these buildings currently, but have just received funding. The county has received funding for the second building to begin construction, and our Dayton campus. We have 11,000 students annually, which 77% of them come from our 6-county service areas. Most of you know community college students live, work, and play within a 50-mile radius of their college. But the other 23% does come from the rest of the state of Tennessee, 19 other states, and 10 other countries. So we do have a diverse population here at Chattanooga State. We offer 72 associate degrees, 80 technical certificates, and 20 technical diplomas in the areas that you see listed here. And our success rate, while we do a lot, we do it extremely well. We do have a 96% graduate placement rate in our allied programs and a 98% licensure pass rate in any program that requires a national or a state licensure exam. Our students pass at a 98% rate. We also are strengthening our educational partners within the area, and UTC has been one of them. This year, the billboard that you see at the bottom is going to be a dual marketing campaign that will begin next week. These are billboards and marketing pieces that are going to be going up. You can see that we are branding our Start Here, Finish Here, start with an associate's degree, finish with a bachelor's degree or beyond. We did sign our dual admissions agreement this year and an honors program transfer agreement, and as I said, the co-branding will begin hopefully next week. We also are heavily involved with the Chattanooga 2.0 initiative. You heard our mayor talk a little bit about this last night, but it is geared toward determining where are the barriers to K-12 education within our community and what can we do to provide support to those barriers. We've been in on the discussions from the beginning. We have developed 10 strategies, and those strategies are also going to be rolled out later this month. And Chattanooga State is a key player in making this the smartest community in the South. I'm also proud to say that effective July 1st, we became a no-smoking campus. This was an initiative that was fully led by our students, our faculty, and our staff. And I also have a brief video.
Take a breath of fresh air and celebrate with us as we join Smoke and Tobacco-Free Campus. This includes cigarettes, cigars, pipes, chewing tobacco, smokeless tobacco, vaping, and e-cigarettes. The health and well-being of our students and campus community are the primary concerns behind this passionate initiative led by the Student Government Association. Faculty, staff, and community partners joined in this pursuit, and as of July the 1st, 2016, all Chattanooga State campuses are smoke and tobacco free. The policy is available on the Chattanooga State website. Did you know literally thousands of jobs in our community require tobacco-free hiring? We want our students to secure the careers of their dreams, and we are here to help. We respect our students, faculty, and staff, and we understand this will be very difficult for some. Resources are available on campus and in the community to help you stop smoking. For more information, please contact the Office of the Dean of Students at 423-697-4475 or email sandy.rudder@chattanoogastate.edu. You can also call the National Quit line at 1-800-QUIT-NOW or smokefree.com. We are here to help. Thank you for supporting Chattanooga State's Smoke and Tobacco-Free Campus. Take a breath of fresh air.
And so far, we've had very few rule breakers. Proud to report that. So what is our future? What do we look like over the next several years? Well, our top priority is student success. That's the only reason we're in business, and as we say here every day, that's the only reason we get up and come to work. If we're not accomplishing that, we need to stay home. In support of that, we have joined Achieving the Dream. We are now one of 4 colleges in the state of Tennessee and one of 150 in the nation that have signed up to be a part of this movement. The entire mission of Achieving the Dream is to support student success, and it is an evidence-based initiative, and it is not just an initiative, but rather a driven data analysis of what we're doing to meet student success. This entire year, we're going to be looking at the data, measuring what we're doing, and again, looking for where the gaps are. What do we need to do? The data will drive any initiative that we put forward after that. We need to be strategic in how we're thinking about student success, and we need to make sure that we are putting every effort we can toward that goal. Our strategic plan includes the 5 elements that you see here. As I said, student success is at the very top of that, but also access, quality, efficiency, safety, and security for our faculty and our staff. You know that you witnessed a little bit last night of our fine arts productions and what we do here at Chattanooga State with regard to that. I'm also happy to report that we started a symphonic band last year. We started with 25 members, and last year we did do somewhat of a joint effort with UTC, in that our students actually were able to go and take part in the marching band at UTC because we do not have a football team for our students to march with. So we did that again as a joint effort. You also witnessed a little bit of our fine theater department last night. They have done some very professional programs here, but I'm also here to tell you that this is not just a social activity. Our theater graduates have gone on to be employed at some very impressive sites, such as the Savannah Stage Company. They've worked on the Chicago City Limits set. They have worked on Blue Bloods. We have graduates that are currently employed on the Mysteries of Laura. We have graduates that worked on the movie 42. We have graduates that worked on the Vampire Diaries and the Hunger Games. So it is about economic and job development in every area of our college. Our upcoming production, if you're in Chattanooga, November the 18th through the 20th, I do invite you to come and see The Secret Garden. Again, you will see that as a Broadway production. They do everything first class, so if you're nearby, we invite you. I'm also proud to talk about another initiative that goes on here at the campus called Writers at Work. It was created by our humanities department. It served, or we had over 1,400 people last year to take part in the events that occurred. And listed here are the authors that have come and presented on campus as a result of this. The very first one, Terry Kay, To Dance with the White Dog, was actually a Hallmark movie that was presented. So I'm sure many of you recognize the names of those authors, and you know that it's quite a feat to get people of this notability to be here on campus to present and talk with our students. We also do have an honors college and a global leadership institute here at the college. That is a 3-year-old program that started with 60 students. To date, we have 168 students in this program. And if you'll remember, I said that we do have a 2+2 with UTC, and we have students that have already gone to UTC as a part of this. It's a very impressive group and brings an element to the college that allows for all students to get what they need at Chattanooga State. Skills USA, again, you also heard yesterday about the gold, silver, and bronze medals that were awarded. We did have the Quiz Bowl team was from Chattanooga State, which received gold at the national level, silver in marine service technology, and 2 bronze in employment application and medical assisting. I'm also happy to talk about the Mechatronics Academy that started this year at Volkswagen. This is a new initiative for us. We had 24 high school students that began a dually enrolled program actually on the Volkswagen campus. They are still part of their home high school, so they can go back and play football, be part of all the initiatives there, but the majority of their day is spent at the Volkswagen Academy. And when they graduate, they will have an associate's degree with us and be eligible to enter at an advanced level in the apprenticeship training program with Volkswagen. We also are expanding. As I mentioned, we have a new building coming at the Kimball site, which is going to allow us to expand our industrial maintenance program, our welding program, and our engineering technology program, which will function with the CAD design, the fabrication, and the engineering science. This also is a dually developed program of study between the TCAD and the 4-credit side of the house to offer what is needed in Marion County for the workforce. We are also launching an early college in 2017, similar to what we are doing here on main campus, so that we will have dually enrolled students on that new building, that new site that's going in Kimball. The 2 career pathways will be an AS in general degree and an AAS in design and drafting. So students will be able to take advantage of both of those in Kimball beginning in the fall of 2017. In our engineering and information technologies building project, I think you are all aware that we were awarded $2 million of the legislative capital outlay toward that building. It is the building, the part of the building that sits in between the Walker Institute and our current engineering building. It is a part that has not been developed out, so it's space that we have that needs to be remodeled so that it can be used. Currently, it is uninhabitable space. It is an $8 million project, so we're currently short $6 million, but we have applied for the Drive to 55 THEC grant. We did receive a $150,000 matching grant from the Associated General Contractors of East Tennessee, And we have a community group that is working diligently to help us raise money. We have another $2 million ask that we're going out for in the next couple of weeks. We hope to be successful with that, but our goal is to make that happen. Whatever source of funding we end up getting that from, we have to make that happen because of what's needed in the workforce in Chattanooga. The expansion priorities for that building will include the 3D printing and design component because we need to enlarge the scope of what we're doing there, again, to meet the additive manufacturing need in our communities. And it will have a living construction lab that we are developing in conjunction with the AGC here in Chattanooga. Our AGC group, our construction lab, is currently under development with a tiny house that will be coming out of the ground. But I'm also really happy to talk about a 3D dimensionally printed house. In partnership with Branch Technologies, we are working toward having this home, which will be completely printed with a 3D printer. The entire home will be completely printed with a 3D printer here on campus. They are raising the money to build this. They had a competition for the architects to design it. The competition was won by a group out of Illinois. They want to build this here on our campus so that it can be a living construction lab for our students and for our 3D design modeling competition. So we're really excited about this concept. Reminds me of the Jetsons. Our foundation, I want to talk about what they've accomplished this year because I am extremely proud of this fact. We raised $977,000 this year and doubled our faculty and staff participation, the number of faculty and staff. And the very interesting fact is $762,000 of that money went to provide scholarships for 415 students here at the college. So our faculty and staff are putting their money where their hearts are. Not only are they teaching the students in the classroom, but they are providing funds to help provide for those students. Our goal for this next year is $1 million and a 100% participation by faculty and staff. And in regard to that, our foundation group is definitely trying to put the fun into fundraising. So I have a short video I'd like to play for you.
Here in this hidden high-tech fortress, we find our metaphorical heroes. Captain Giver, armed with his round ball of righteousness, always contributes confidently and generously toward collegiate success. His sidekick, Chip-In, wielding her baton of benevolence, fights at his side, but has yet to realize how critical a role she plays for the team.
Captain Giver, can you explain to me again why people need us every year?
Well, Chip-In, our financial support to Chattanooga State is important. It's an investment in our students and developing workforce.
Captain Giver, Chattanooga State needs you. The evil Dr. Dreamkiller has forged a fiscal fiasco, and we are fighting furiously to fix it. Tammy says the budget can't take much more, Captain. We need you. Our students need you to achieve their dreams. We need you. Our students need you.
I thought this was a smoke-free campus.
Be serious, Chip-In. Chattanooga State needs us. We must leave immediately.
Do you need me to come with you?
They need both of us.
But I don't feel like I can make a difference. Surely. They don't need me.
One day, Chip-In, you will realize that you have more power than you thought. And don't call me Shirley.
Will our heroes make it in time? Will Dr. Dreamkiller be stopped? Will Chattanooga State be able to help students to achieve their dreams?
I think we're getting close.
We're finally here at Chattanooga State. Now where is Dr. Dreamkiller?
Why don't we ask Joe?
Hey, there he is. Go get him. You're too late. Students are going home because there's not enough money for scholarships.
faculty have to go because there's not enough money for the Faculty Fellows Program, the Writing Center, or Professional Development. And the staff won't get the Employee Excellence Award anymore.
Not on my watch.
You have quite a six-pack, Captain Giver.
Oh, I forgot that was there.
Yay, now we have money for scholarships. Yay, now there's money for program funds. Yay, now there's money for faculty and staff professional development. Now I understand it is our combined efforts that make the difference. Even a small contribution can make a big punch.
Thank you, Chip In. You saved the day. Wait, what are you looking at?
Oh, actually, I was just admiring your six-pack.
Here you go.
Thanks.
Thanks to Captain Giver and Chip In, Chattanooga State Foundation was able to fund scholarships for deserving students and help to fund professional development opportunities to its faculty and staff. 5 more employees received excellence awards. How can you become a superhero? By giving to the annual campaign. It's easy. Just go to chattanoogastate.edu/give. Be a superhero. Give to the Chattanooga State Community College Foundation today and help students achieve their dreams. All superheroes don't wear capes.
Now, you may not have recognized all the key players, but that was our head basketball coach and 2 people that work in our offices here at Chattanooga State. So we were very proud to present this at convocation to faculty and staff. They got a great kick out of it. I'd like to talk for again just a moment about our purpose. I've told you that student success is why we are here, but we do believe we have a very noble purpose. We unlock the power of knowledge to improve the lives of our students. And every day we are privileged to be a part of something that really matters, something that truly makes a difference in the heart of our community. We thank you for being difference makers and for being here with us this week. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tidings. You are all indeed superheroes, and we thank you once again for the hospitality you have so generously extended to us. This campus has always been one of great innovation and doing interesting things, and the co-branding with UTC, the efforts in K through 12, to the tiny house and the 3D house. And I'm wondering if you're going to make that 3D house the president's home. That thought crossed my mind. But gosh, what an interesting place and an interesting time to be at Chattanooga State. With that, folks, unless we're about 3 minutes from start, so we will take a very brief break, and then we will gavel back in for our meeting. Thank you all. We'll be right back. If our regents could take their places, we will begin momentarily. Ladies and gentlemen, we are officially beginning the quarterly meeting of the Tennessee Board of Regents. My name is Emily Reynolds, and I am proud to serve as vice chairman of this great board, get to work with these terrific people each and every day. As Austin Adderholt, our SGA president, reminded us yesterday, today is Constitution Day, an historic day for our country. It's technically on the 17th, but I learned last night when I read about it, if Constitution Day falls on a weekend, it is celebrated on the weekday preceding. And Austin informed us that the students at Chattanooga State are undertaking an important voter registration drive today, so our hats are off to them for that very good work. We once again thank President Tidings and her staff for their tremendous welcome. We had a great evening last night at the Waterhouse Pavilion downtown. The food was excellent, the company even better, and the performance from our students and faculty was really outstanding. And I think my friend Regent Griscom reconnected with a classmate from Brainerd High School. Do you want to mention the performance to us or any reflections?
You're going to actually sort of hand the mic to me?
I told you I was going to.
I know you did.
I know that's a dangerous thing.
Yes, it is.
Momentarily.
No, thank you. Yes, Sherry Landrum, who is out here at Chattanooga State, very much involved in the theater program, a lot of the productions, is a Brainerd High School graduate. And it was great talking with her because there's a lot going on in Hamilton County with the public schools right now. And I think it's important for people in this community, particularly young people, to realize there's a lot of people that went through the public schools here that have turned out to be very successful, to come back and give back to this community. But the interesting part is, I think it's next week, if I remember right, but they're going to do a program here with veterans, including a veteran from the Vietnam era, one from Afghanistan, one from Iraq, and I don't remember the fourth one, to tell real-time stories live here on stage. And I think that was a program to me that's very interesting, very timely, and particularly with the emphasis that we all know is going on right now about veterans, getting veterans, what we talked about yesterday. Is there a way for us to look at some of the training veterans have, and can that training then be brought in for credit with us? So yeah, it's great to see people like that who grew up in this community, who are educating this community, who had a lot of experiences, to come back and provide that here as they are to the students at Chattanooga State. So thank you for letting me share that, Emily.
No, well put, thank you. The superheroes, once again. So, indeed. So, and the Telling Project, the Veterans Project, I think is this next week, if memory serves me correctly. So, this is such a patriotic community and so proud of its military history and traditions. So, hats off to Chattanooga State and this great community. I also want to thank from last night Senator Gardenhire for being with us, Representative McCormick, who I think may be joining us a little later this morning as well, Mayor Burke, who came by last night. We're very grateful to him for giving of his time and sharing a little bit of his time and thoughts with us on the exciting things happening in this city. And Senator Watson has joined us this morning. Where are you? There he is. Good morning. Thank you for being here. It's also a great privilege to introduce someone to our board who is no stranger to any of us. We all worked with him on the Governor's Drive to 55 initiative. I call him our little Energizer Bunny. And now in his new role as Executive Director of the Tennessee Higher Education Committee, Mike Krause, welcome to our board.
And
New father.
New father, second child, new job, August 1st. Tell us how it's going.
Yeah, absolutely. We're 14 days into a new child in our household, so I assure you that if I won't nod off this morning, I promise. I'm committed and have ingested a large amount of caffeine. I'm honored to be here. The THEC director, as you all know, is here as an ex officio member, which really is an opportunity, I think, to represent our board and our staff. We have an incredible team at THEC, some of whom are here today. Thank you.
Thank you. We're very proud to have you with us and have you in this important role. And as you well know, we look forward to working with you with the Focus Act implementation as we go through our own transition. And hopefully here in the next few months, I know you and the Chancellor are talking of a chance to sit down with your board too and just compare notes and have a good conversation. So thank you. I'm glad you're here. Thank you. Just one word for folks too, because I know there's a lot of interest in our Chancellor search currently underway. Our interim Chancellor has done a brilliant job, and we're so grateful that he never quite made it to retirement. We plucked him from the brink to come back and serve in the interim Chancellor role, but we have now begun a Chancellor search in earnest. There are 16 members on that search committee. Board of Regent members, I think there are 5 of us. The governor, of course, importantly, is chairing the search, which is a huge signal of the importance of the job and the fact that he is willing to give of his time to this very serious effort. We have faculty, staff, community members, business representatives from across the state. We met right before Labor Day on Friday, September the 2nd, in our organizational meeting. Our search firm, Greenwood Asher, is now in the process of recruiting candidates and literally talking to folks across the country about the position. It has been advertised in all of the higher education publications that you would expect, but they're doing a lot of networking in various and different places about this important job. We hope then on the 18th of October, or we know rather, we will all gather to review those resumes and begin to select folks for a first round of interviews, which will be about the second week or so of November. And then there will be another round of interviews of our finalists roughly in the second week of December. Don't think, obviously, with that schedule, we will have anyone named in time for the next TBR board meeting on December 1. All good things come to those who wait, so we need a little time to get through this important process. And we also want to make sure in that second round of interviews, and some of this is still under development, but in addition to our regents having a chance to meet finalists if they so choose, we want to, just as we would in a typical presidential search, have a chance for those finalists to meet a number of our own stakeholder groups too. So this will be a very thorough and inclusive process as it should be. So just a quick update, because I know folks are interested. Change is hard, but we are all moving through this together, and this Chancellor search is a very pivotal piece of our transition here over the next few months. Chancellor Gregory, do you have any announcements this morning for us?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I would like to take the privilege to introduce our 12th class of the Maxine Smith Fellows, if that's pleasing to the committee. In my time at the Board of Regents, one of the greatest things we've done is to, number one, be privileged with the service of Maxine Smith on our board and the tremendous contribution she made while she was here, but then to be able to honor her and a lasting legacy of leadership development inside our system. So this is the 12th class. They presented their closing papers just Wednesday of this week, and I'd be privileged to introduce each of them to the board. I'd love for them, as I introduce them, to stand and then remain standing and let us recognize you when I get to the conclusion. First of all is Miss Yukita Hall from Dyersburg State Community College. She is the Director of Student Life. Next is Dr. Martina Harris, Chattanooga State Community College, Associate Professor and Director of the Nursing Program. Mr. Marcus Hayes, Austin Peay State University, Associate Professor and Director of Dance. Mr. Sid Hill, Motlow State Community College, Academic Assessment Specialist. Dr. Jamel Hodges, Tennessee State University, Assistant Dean of Student Life and Engagement. our own Dr. Tashaka Hollins, Tennessee Board of Regents System Office, and she's the coordinator of the Regents Online Continuing Ed and Student Services at TCAT Murfreesboro as well. Mr. Harry Engel Jr., Tennessee Tech University, Director of the Clay Hickson Student Success Center, College of Engineering. And Mr. DeMarcus Jackson, Columbia State Community College, Associate Professor of Psychology. Ladies and gentlemen, those are the 2016 12th class Maxine Smith Fellows. Would you recognize them, please? Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, and what a great group this Maxine Smith Fellows class has been. So you are all outstanding, and we look forward to hearing more about your careers. Well, with that, ladies and gentlemen, I think we are ready to make it official. Madam Secretary, let's call the roll.
Regent Apple.
Here.
Regent excuse me. Regent Duckett. Here. Regent Fitzner. Here. Regent Freeman. Here. Regent Griscom.
Here.
Regent Markham. Regent McQueen. Regent Prescott.
Here.
Regent Reynolds.
Here.
Regent Roddy. Here. Regent Russell.
Here.
Regent Shockey.
Here.
Regent Smith. Here. Regent Templeton. Regent Thomas.
Here.
Regent Varlin. Regent Krause.
Here.
You have a quorum, ma'am.
Thank you very much. We have a number of important items this morning, and I definitely want us to have ample time to spend on these Security and Safety Task Force report. But prior to that, we do have some business items to handle. The first is approving our minutes from our June 24 regular session, our last quarterly meeting, and then our minutes from the special called session of August 30. I will entertain a motion for approval. So moved. Thank you, Regent Duckett. Second? Second. Regent Roddy, thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. The minutes are approved. Chancellor Gregory, your report on interim actions.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The report you have before you constitutes a record of the business transacted by the Office of the Chancellor since the previous quarterly board meeting, and this report was included in your materials provided for this meeting. And Madam Chairman, pending any questions, I recommend the board's approval of the report on interim action.
Any questions for the Chancellor? If not, we'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved.
Thank you, Regent Prescott. Second? Thank you, Regent Smith. Any discussion? If not, all in favor of approving the interim action report, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much. Yesterday, of course, we had our committee meetings. We have 3 to approve under the consent agenda. The Workforce Development Committee meeting, Academic Policies and Programs, and then from August 30, our minutes of the Audit Committee. The remaining 2 committees from yesterday, we will take up under new business since those do have some financial implications and will require a separate ratification. But if there are no questions or no need to pull out those 3, I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda. Thank you, Regent Griscom. A second?
Second.
Thank you, Regent Thomas. This does require a roll call vote. Mary, would you call the roll, please?
Regent Apple.
Aye.
Regent Duckett. Aye. Regent Fitzner.
Aye.
Regent Freeman. Aye. Regent Griscom.
Aye.
Regent Prescott.
Aye.
Regent Reynolds. Aye. Regent Roddy. Aye. Regent Russell.
Aye.
Regent Shockey.
Aye.
Regent Smith. Aye. Regent Thomas.
Aye.
Regent Varlin. You have the motion carries.
Thank you. Regent Prescott, you are going to present to us one of my favorite things always on the program, and that's a recent award of the Regents Award in Excellence in Philanthropy.
Thank you, Vice Chairman Reynolds, and it really is my pleasure to do this today. The Tennessee Board of Regents is proud to recognize Martha and Bobby Fogelman as recipients of the 2016 Regents Award for Excellence in Philanthropy, nominated by the University of Memphis. The Tennessee Board of Regents Award for Excellence in Philanthropy is a unique designation It is given only to the most honored and devoted philanthropists for their support of the important work of institutions throughout the Tennessee Board of Regents. Martha and Bobby Fogelman's passionate support of the University of Memphis began more than 3 decades ago. They are considered loyal friends of the University of Memphis and have honored the university with large transformational gifts totaling more than $4.1 million. While their philanthropic support is significant, there exists another facet of Bobby's character that sets him apart as one of our truest supporters. Bobby Fogelman has provided remarkable leadership and vision to propel the University of Memphis into the future. The Fogelman name is synonymous with several core areas of excellence that the University of Memphis and Bobby Fogelman have been instrumental in setting the university on a path to greatness. In 1989, it was Bobby who stepped up to be the leading force that has galvanized a group of prominent business and community leaders to support the university when it needed it the most. Bobby worked diligently to establish the University of Memphis Board of Visitors that would advise the University of Memphis president on raising the national profile of the institution. The Board of Visitors was the first of its kind in the state when it was formed. As founding chairman of the Board of Visitors, Bobby personally wrote the charter and inspired other community visionaries to become actively engaged in shaping the future landscape of the university and to put their financial support behind it. As the University of Memphis has grown, Bobby's leadership, ideas, and contributions have strengthened the voice of the university and the Memphis community during pivotal times. As president of Fogelman Investment Company, Bobby has always been a champion of the university's College of Business and Economics, and his philanthropic efforts have elevated the profile of that college. In 1980, the college was named for the Fogelman family in honor of Bobby's father, Morris Fogelman. Now, 35 years later, Martha and Bobby are still devoted to placing the Fogelman College of Business and Economics in the company of the best. Martha and Bobby set a strong example for others to follow by providing consistent financial support to the Fogelman College of Business and Economics. Through their generosity, the University of Memphis is able to grant professorships at $10,000 each annually to reward the most deserving and accomplished professors. Leadership gifts like the one Martha and Bobby provide inspire others to make similar commitments that will help the Fogelman College of Business and Economics stay competitive and maintain its place as a nationally revered college. Although Bobby is someone who prefers to work out of the limelight, he can always be counted on to position the university for the future. In 2008, Martha and Bobby donated more than 180 pieces of sub-Saharan African art to the Art Museum of the University of Memphis. Then in 2011, the couple once again set out to bring prominence to the University of Memphis by creating a new gallery space dedicated to contemporary art. The Fogelman Galleries have significantly elevated the reputation of the College of Communication and Fine Arts by providing a venue to showcase signature shows featuring emerging artists from across the country. Martha and Bobby actively choose to attach the Fogelman legacy to areas like the arts that are undeniably linked to higher civic engagement. It is important to them to bring humanity together regardless of race, age, or religion. Martha and Bobby's outstanding record of service reminds us how tightly woven philanthropy is into the fabric of our entire community's success. Tennessee Board of Regents recognizes them for providing the crucial margin of excellence for higher education, as well as for being the kind of philanthropist whose generosity extends far beyond the campus of the University of Memphis. Many other organizations have been profoundly changed by Bobby and Martha's contributions and leadership, including chairing the Opera Memphis Endowment, chairing the Memphis Jewish Federation Endowment, a board member of the Baptist Memorial Healthcare Foundation, Memphis Pink Palace Museum trustee, Memphis Brooks Museum of Art trustee, Minneapolis College of Art and Design trustee, Tennessee Performing Arts trustee, Shelby Farms trustee, Memphis College of Art chairman, St. Mary's Episcopal chairman, and University of Memphis Investment Committee, University of Memphis Foundation Board of Directors, and University of Memphis Board of Visitors. It's personally pleasing to me to read this about Bobby and Martha Fogelman. If you are a Memphian, you are well aware of the Fogelman family's contribution to the community. And if there's one thing that is really true about this, well, this is all true in this report, but truly Bobby is the Fogelman that likes to stay out of the limelight. You will never see him really being that visible, but certainly a force in the community. So at this time, I'd like to, I know that Regent Duckett was at the presentation, see if you have anything to add, and also Regent Shockey, I don't know if you would, but either one of you that wishes to, please do at this time.
Thank you, Regent Prescott. I would like to say and echo one of the things that you emphasized in your report about Bobby. I've had the pleasure of knowing and working with Bobby for over 20 plus years, and there is one key issue about him, and that is his humility. But also, as humble as he is, don't take that as a weakness, because I have been across the table from him on some issues that he is passionate about, and he definitely will let you know where he stands and has no problems in doing so. So, having said that, it was a personal as well as a professional privilege to represent my colleagues in presenting that award to Bobby, because he truly, truly deserves it from the Board of Regents.
Regent Shockey?
I just want to say that the Fogelmans have been known in our community for so many years for really being leaders in education for our children. So I'm just thrilled that they received this award today. It's well deserved.
Thank you both. And Vice Chair Reynolds, that concludes my report.
Thank you. That is an excellent report, and thanks to you both for your additional comments. Hearing about the Fogelmans, not only are they superheroes, our theme of the morning, thanks to Dr. Tidings, but it reminds me of the Churchill quote, "We make a living by what we get, but we make a life by what we give." And the Fogelmans are an example for all of us to emulate in that regard. So thank you very much for that excellent presentation. Chancellor Gregory, you have about 4 or 5 items for us this morning in your Chancellor's report.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and maybe I just by way of introduction, maybe to play off a little bit of what you have just seen with the Philanthropy Award. It's not just individuals who support our system. We enjoy much support by the business and corporate community of our state, and in just a moment you're going to see a presentation by AT&T that would be exemplary of that. Also during my report today, part of what Chancellor Morgan put in place was something called the Completion Delivery Unit. And the Completion Delivery Unit is a means by which we attempt to be very precise in articulating our strategic initiatives, and we have a means by which we stay on track. And so today you're going to see an update on the strategic initiatives of the system by Wendy Thompson, and it will tie in, Madam Chairman, back to some of your questions yesterday around degree production and kind of how we monitor those things going forward. And then I have several items of update for you before I conclude my report. So, Madam Chairman, I'd like to call on Dr. Warren Nichols, if he would, and he'll recognize Mr. Dennis Wagner of AT&T and welcome him to our podium.
Madam Chair, Chancellor Gregory, Regents, we, keeping the theme alive, we do have another superhero that we would like to present to you this morning. Several months ago, we received a call from AT&T that they would like to provide some scholarships, grants for our students at our community colleges. We graciously agreed to the request, and I would like to present to you Mr. Dennis Wagner. Dennis is the Director of External and Legislative Affairs for AT&T Tennessee, and he has some remarks. He will give a little bit more of the explanation of what the grants and scholarships are, and then we have a presentation following that. So, Dennis?
I believe that's the first time I've been introduced as a superhero, but I appreciate that. Chancellor and Regents, we appreciate the opportunity to be here with you today, the time that you've given us to do this. I think you'll find it very exciting. I'm sure you've heard about it, that AT&T is excited to be here to share some great news with you. We've long been a driver of continued education and higher education. We've always had that drive behind us because we have to hire people out of colleges. And that we want the skills. We want them to be, the students that we hire, we want them to be prepared and ready for the workforce. So we've always been behind that. And as you've seen during the last 10 years, our industry has accelerated, if you will, in technology by leaps and bounds. No longer, some of you I'm sure can remember looking at the newspapers and the black and white funny papers and seeing Dick Tracy with the thing on his wrist, right? That's a reality now. Those things are happening, and technology just continues to grow and grow, and all the things that we can do with it continue to grow and grow. Our industry has and will need skilled workers in technology to continue to do what we do, as many of your industries will too, and those that surround your communities. That being able to have those kinds of skills is just so important in this day and time. So today, to continue to promote higher education, AT&T is announcing its award of $65,000 to the Tennessee Board of Regents and its 13 community colleges, and we're happy to do so today. We trust the scholarships will encourage and inspire and motivate the selected students to study hard and get better prepared for the workforce they are about to enter. The 13 community colleges will each receive $5,000 for at least 5 scholarships of $1,000 each, including right here at Chattanooga State, and we are looking forward to making the announcements across the state with each of those community colleges. This donation is in support of the Tennessee legislature's steps to increase completion rates of students in higher education. It complements Governor Haslam's Reconnect Plus Completion Grant for non-traditional students. These scholarships will go to non-traditional and underserved students. Thanks to the Chattanooga area legislators like Senator Bo Watson, who is here with us today. I'll ask him to come up too. Representative Gerald McCormick couldn't be with us. I got a text from him just a few minutes ago, but Representative Patsy Hazelwood, Representative Joanne Favors, and all others who have supported legislation there at the General Assembly to support higher education. These dollars, again, are designed to provide at least 5 scholarships for each community colleges and the students so that they will continue their drive to high-skilled technology super, if you will, and advanced fields that they are going into as they complete their college. I'd like to ask Senator Watson if he has any remarks this morning. Senator Watson? No, you're good? All right. Well, we appreciate everything you do at the General Assembly. So I hope you find that news exciting. I hope you find it helpful, and that it will go a long ways to helping these students complete what they are trying to do here at the community colleges. So at this time, I'd like to call on the Chancellor, the Vice Chancellor, Dr. Nichols, Senator Watson. If you will join me, we will do a couple of photos, if you'll bear with me for just a few minutes. I have to tell you real quickly, you know, these big checks are very nice. The guards out front wanted to know if I could change it to cash and give it to them.
Just a word of thank you again to the folks from AT&T for their generous gifts to our community colleges. Madam Chairman, if it's pleasing, I'd like to invite Wendy Thompson to the podium, and as she comes again, just to kind of help everybody get our mind set on this presentation. This is something that you see typically at each September board meeting, and it really is an opportunity for us to interact with you on the strategic initiatives of the system itself. And as Ms. Thompson talks, you'll also see the input of the work sessions that we've had, both with the regents and with the presidents and directors, and how we're trying to integrate that work into our overall strategic initiatives. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you, Chancellor Gregory, regents, and colleagues. As Chancellor Gregory mentioned, each September you receive a full report on the system's completion agenda, and there are typically 3 parts to that report. First, we look at how we did the past year in terms of progress on our trajectory to 43,202 credentials in 2025. And we give you an update on specific programs or challenges or initiatives. And finally, we try to highlight one of our priority completion strategies. In terms of progress towards our goal, yesterday, Dr. Denley gave a comprehensive look at our credential production over the past year. But when our institutions excel, we celebrate their accomplishments. And we remind ourselves often that the Tennessee Board of Regents System Office does not confer any degrees or credentials. That work is done on our campuses, and we support them as much as possible. The real work is done by the people on our campuses. They are our true superheroes. That being said, I'm pleased to report that our institutions collectively awarded 35,502 credentials, exceeding our target by almost 3,000 credentials. As we applaud our institutions for great work last year, we turn our attention forward. I want to update you on some specific work that's underway. First, I want to give some background to those who are new to our system and refresher to those who aren't. Work on increasing student success began with the drafting of the TBR 2010-2015 strategic plan, which we began drafting in 2009. We established our completion goal in 2011 in response to the Complete College Tennessee Act and the TBR strategic plan. Over time, other statewide policies and initiatives have provided some additional components to our efforts, but our goal has remained the same. And Regent Reynolds, I think yesterday you asked about the goal going forward. And while the goal remains the same, it's helpful to look at how the share of the goal breaks out. This chart shows the percentage share for community college and TCAT credentials and the share for universities. As you see, community colleges and TCATs are responsible for 59% of the 43,202 credentials. Together, the community colleges and TCATs are responsible for 25,492 credentials, the new tattoo. The majority of them are going to be associate's degrees at the community colleges and TCAT credentials. And this chart shows the breakout for the university share of the 43,202. So we've seen the breakout of the numerical goal, but setting a goal is, of course, just the first step. The next step is to identify ways in which we can reach our goal. We've identified a set of priorities that we believe have a substantive impact on our ability to reach our goal and increase student success. So our goal plus our strategies equals our completion agenda. I want to briefly recap our priority strategies for you. A few years ago, we refined a list of strategies that we thought would be priority strategies that would drive our completion agenda. These are system strategies that we believe would have substantive impact on student success. Included on this list were strategies that were either system office strategies or strategies that involved multiple campuses. And this list of 10 strategies has changed only slightly over the past few years. And these are intended to complement the many, many strategies that are underway on our campuses. But this list should be familiar to most of you. But with the passage of the Focus Act of 2016, we began to think about our path forward. And as a first step, we held some listening and work sessions. In addition to many discussions during senior staff meetings and what we called our focus work sessions, we had 3 main sessions to help identify our areas of focus: the senior staff retreat, the Regents work session, and the community college presidents and TCAT directors joint work session. The first and most essential question to be answered was, what are we trying to do? The senior staff and board work sessions helped to frame the answer: create a premier system of technical and community colleges. The work session with the presidents and directors was extremely helpful in identifying work that needs to be done to achieve that goal, and essentially answering question number 2, how are we planning to do it? And at the conclusion of the presidents and directors joint meeting, we were asked, so what happens next? So I want to tell you a little bit about what has happened in the interim. The annual global stock take on each of our 10 priority strategies was held on August 31st. And following the global stock take, we reviewed the outcomes of each of the work sessions, discussed the work that had been identified in each, and considered whether there were any recurring themes. We paid particular attention to the items raised by the presidents and directors as steps toward becoming a premier system. And we found that many of them were aligned with the efforts already underway within our 10 priority strategies. Next, we looked at which of those strategies might be enhanced, expanded, or tweaked to encompass the additional steps we had identified, and here is the result. Our list of 10 strategies will now look a bit like this. 3 strategies have been broadened to address additional issues, specifically in the areas of administrative efficiencies, marketing and advocacy, and capacity. The system office strategy teams working with people on our campuses and with you will begin to incorporate the ideas, the concerns, and the opportunities that resulted from these sessions into delivery plans for each strategy. This will allow us to have goals, timelines, and benchmarks established for the work. This process, as Chancellor Gregory mentioned, allows us to constantly monitor where we are on our goals, and you can look forward to receiving updates on our progress, but let me tell you that we are excited to begin this work. At this time, Chancellor Gregory is going to do the highlight of our newly expanded priority strategy, Articulated Paths.
Thank you, Wendy. Before I actually speak about the articulated path, I just want to say to the board, when we do the global stock takes, each year I'm just impressed with the level of work that's going on and continues to go on by people you don't get to see, people like Randy Schulte, like Dr. Heidi Lemming, like Dr. Greg Cedric, like Dr. Carol Perrier, Dick Tracy. There's ownership to each one of these strategies. There's attention given to each one. There are metrics associated with each one, and the work that's being done, I think, is just it really is impressive to me. Each year we highlight one particular strategy, and today it's articulated paths. And this is an area of particular concern, I think, that the board has impressed me with, of trying to make some progress in the area of articulation between community colleges and TCATs in particular. And I think we kind of got the wind taken out of our sails when the 30-hour block sort of fell through for us, and maybe have not have looked for a good path forward since then. We know the Tennessee transfer pathways work, and that process is not easy, it's not fast, it involves a lot of faculty work, but in the end it's proven to be some of the best work that we've done. So we've set inside this articulated path 3 particular programs: licensed practical nursing, advanced manufacturing, and computer information technology, as those 3 paths that will be articulated between now and this time next year. Now, that work is underway. I have to tell you, in many places we have good work already completed. Dr. Perrier, Dr. Townsend, many people are already, Dr. Treva Berriman, others have been working on these strategies. But it felt like we needed to put a place in the ground with the board to say these are the areas that we're going to accomplish first. And in looking at the data, when we accomplish licensed practical nursing and advanced manufacturing, we will have a large number of those students who have been transferring will have a pathway set out for them. The data doesn't necessarily show that the computer information technology ought to be the third, but I think it's our inclination that it should be, and just in talking with the presidents, with the directors, with Dr. Denley, it feels like that maybe the reason why we don't have a lot of articulation in CIT is because we don't have a pathway for that. And so we know that the jobs are there, and so putting this as a real focus for us for the next 12 months, I think will serve us well. And I wanted to highlight that with the board today. Let me stop here, and you may want to ask any questions of Ms. Thompson or myself, either on these completion strategies. If not, then may I just say one other thing to kind of close the loop on your questions from yesterday? The idea of us keeping our eye on the 43,202, will we continue to have universities as a part of that goal? I think the answer to that is yes. Our focus will obviously be on the degree production that is coming from our TCATs and community colleges. But in reporting to you and keeping our eye on how well are we doing with our trajectory, you'll continue to see going forward, in my judgment, the university production as a part of that. So you can sort of see how well the various sectors are making progress towards that goal. And I don't know, Mike, you may have a comment or two on this, but this is our piece of the strategy. There's other pieces of the strategy as well, right? UT, our not-for-profit, our for-profit industry, all of us have to kind of go together in order to make this goal. But I feel like sort of keeping what we have as sort of that trajectory monitoring in place is a valuable thing for us. Mike, you got any thoughts on that?
Just to say that, the THEC public agenda that was released last year makes clear Drive to 55 is attainable. It's not a pipe dream. We need to grow our credential production 1.15% each year, compounding. And that's certainly a challenge, but I think what's so exciting to see Wendy's presentation, one, when other states ask us how are we doing the things we're doing, and in case you haven't seen, I think many of you have, other states are watching Tennessee right now, which is a novelty for us because that hasn't always been the case. When they ask us what we're doing, their first skepticism is the Drive to 55 is great, it rhymes, you have a brand, you have some flashy programs, but I mean, what's the real work behind it? And our answer is always, well, our Board of Regents can tell you with a certainty the exact number of credentials they need to produce. Not only can they tell you that, they have the strategies that support it. So it's just it's the next level of Drive to 55 that I think has been 3 years ago this month that it was launched. And I think when we were all there at the Music City Center launching it, if you would have told us that we would be in a place where your staff has worked so hard to know what each credential burden really looks like by campus and then the strategies that support it, I think we would look back at 2013 and say, wow, that's a great day's work. So this is just, I think it's maybe the less flashy work, but it's actually what will get us to Drive to 55. So it's huge.
So, Chancellor,
thank you, Mike.
Chancellor,
yes.
Let me ask you a question, because are we going to be more in a position of just tracking data, since the universities are going to be on their own, setting their own policy directions, probably their own goals? So how do we continue as TBR to be in an effective role to help stay on the path we're on? Or are we going to be more offering them encouragement, but it really is going to be now up to the four-year institutions that will be standalone to either to agree with the goal that was set, to have priorities in place to how to achieve those goals, and they then share that back with us. I'm just, because right now, you're right, we've been in a position to sort of drive that set of agenda items, but that's changing. And so I'm interested in how do we make sure, because there's got to be some flexibility that the universities are going to expect to stay with the path that we're on.
It's a good thought, and I have to tell you, that's one I'm thinking about a lot, and I'm sure Mike and others are as well. In the governor's last focus transition meeting with us, he talked about asking us to think about collaboration in a broad term, which I think moves some of these conversations that we're having to the THEC level. And I'm also been thinking a good bit about the initial training for the upcoming boards. Having this kind of data with them as they begin is really important, so that they understand that they own a piece of this goal just like we own a piece. I think part of this, Regent Griscom, will move to broader convenings at THEC. I'm just thinking, though, that for our part, we continue, maybe it is offering encouragement, but we continue to monitor the role of our six four-year institutions as a part of our overall TBR effort towards that contribution. That's my sense.
And the single biggest thing I think that we can focus on now is the transfer pathways remaining intact. I think it's a very fair and frank assessment to say, if any of us hold a fear, it's that as these universities move to become locally governed, we will lose some of the transfer pathway momentum. The Board of Regents is the canary in that coal mine, because your community colleges will be the first ones to hear of, you know, it's funny, our political science majors, it's not being taken in accordance with the transfer pathway. And so while I don't anticipate that, I think the universities are committed to it. I think there's a huge role to be played by the Board of Regents in being vigilant and immediately ensuring that we just never get into that territory, because so much of this production will rely on throughput. We'll have students that only do a year at the community college and then attain their credential eventually at a university. I think that is one that I think about for the Board of Regents is both a central, and maybe only the Board of Regents can do that, if that makes sense.
Kind of along those ways, I think it's important for us, when we look at our new role and how it really intersects with the four-year institutions, it is the pathways, but I think that we need to also be constantly looking at the preparation of our students as they're leaving the community colleges. Yes, they have that pathway, and we want it to be clear, and we want it to be acceptable, but we also, I think, just for our own accountability, if we can focus, and again, that's a data issue. Can we get data in terms of the success of our students as they go into the four-year universities? How many of them are going? How many of them are then staying and completing, as a way to really enhance and improve what we already know is a very good system of community colleges.
Carol, do you mind just reflecting back to the slide that looked like kind of the bubbles dropping out of the martini glass or into the martini glass? Thank you, that one. Let me just say, that's the only way I could think of it at the time. There's a couple of pieces, Regents, of the work that we're doing that did not fit nicely into this. We tried to push as much of our focus transition work into our delivery unit, because it's a proven model for us to make sure we're not dropping things through the crack. But what didn't fall in there very well was some governance issues that we're, questions around, okay, well, the universities continue to meet with us in sub-councils. Questions around, is our board structure right for the new post-focus world? We have the right names on our committees and charges. So there's a general category of what I'm calling governance that we would have been forcing the model if we'd have pushed them in here. But I don't want you to think those questions are falling away. Those really are mine to own, and we're working through those. I'm working through those with Regent Reynolds, with Mr. Krause, and others. And so I didn't want to force the model, but those pieces just didn't fit nicely in there. But we are working through those. Audit, Mr. Griscom, that falls in that same category of things that we know are work that needs to get done that are not necessarily captured here. Thank you. Any other questions anybody has on that? If not, I'm going to move to just a few items I want to give you some updates on. We're off to a search for a new president at Jackson State Community College. We have Regent Barbara Prescott, who is chairing our search, along with Regent Shockey and Regent Duckett. We're using Greenwood Asher. I was very heartened by a comment that Betty Asher made to me after the open forum. She told me, she said, I've been doing this work for a number of years, but I'm not sure I've had a better forum than we had at Jackson State, with people saying, you know, not only was I educated here, but now I've given 20 years to my life, and I want the school to move forward. And so I'm looking forward to working with our regents as we move forward on the Jackson State search. I roughly have a goal in mind that I'd like to be able to bring this to you right around the December board meeting and have someone in place for the first of the year, 2017. Mr. Krause and I appreciate the work of THEC, are working together on the ITT closure. I think that's caught a lot of media attention. I appreciate the leadership role that the post-secondary division of THEC has taken in this endeavor. Just to give you a little bit of a broad look at this, we have somewhere just below 2,000 students that are in Tennessee that have been impacted by the ITT closure. 300 of those students are taking courses online. The others are taking courses on ground at one of the locations, either in Cordova, Nashville, Chattanooga, Knoxville, or Johnson City. And our schools, our presidents, even before being prompted, were out with materials, offering assistance to these students. We have a number of different fairs that our institutions are coordinating with the Higher Education Commission to host. We are inviting other institutions to participate with us. This is not about one particular institution. This is about trying to serve these students. It's a little bit tricky for us because we can't market to these students directly because we don't have direct information presently. So we're doing guerrilla marketing, if you would. We're trying to get the word out as best we can. Next Thursday night at 6 p.m. there'll be an event in Memphis. There'll be an event in Nashville. That's where the two largest populations of students reside, and a number of different institutions will be represented at those events to try to service these students and get them integrated. Mike, you have anything on that one?
Just to say thank you to the Board of Regents and staff and the campuses. I saw Dr. Faulkner in the audience. The community colleges especially have kind of stepped up and help us offer something to people who, if you just look through their perspective right now, this has been a very hard few weeks for them. We have students within one semester of graduating who they now don't have a college. And it's illustrative, I think, of the atmosphere we have in the state. We work together, we get the job done. We had an event last night at TCAT Nashville. If you hear these student stories, these students need something right now, or we risk losing them from higher education. So just really appreciative to the Board of Regents staff and the campus leaders who've made this work in what is a completely unprecedented situation. I don't know that we've ever been here as a state or even as a nation.
I just would give you a very brief, focused transition update. And I don't want to steal Dr. White's thunder, because she'll tell you a little bit about kind of what's going on with the universities. But I spoke with you back a month or so ago about the transition meeting that we had with the governor on July 29th. So I feel like I have sort of given you a rundown on that. But just to refresh your memory, we had a good session talking about the transitional issues. Our agenda that day included things like the SACS issue for the universities, and Dr. White will kind of give you a status report on that. We spoke that day about kind of how the government relations functions might be handled, sub-council and collaboration. We talked about the RODP program, and we talked about the audit function, as well as access and diversity grants. So that dialogue continues. We continue to make progress with that. I just wanted to make sure I mentioned that to you today as well. And then finally, Madam Chairman, just as a note, I think many of you know, we lost our lease. So we're, after 30 plus years, we're moving out of the Genesco building. Our move date is set for the 23rd. And so we will be moving to 1 Bridgestone Place, which is not too far away from our existing offices on Briley Parkway at Lebanon Road. Just a note here about a little bit of a transition in our move. We're going to have limited communications by phone next Friday as the telephone system's being moved. We should be up and running at the new office by Monday the 26th. And this is as much for presidents and directors as well as it is for board. Email will be working so that that's the best way to contact us on that day. Callers to the TBR offices will get a recorded message notifying them of the move and that the telephone system is temporarily out of order, but that tbr.edu website is fully operational. And the telephone message will also notify callers that if their call is an emergency that cannot wait until Monday, they can email at tbrcontact@tbr.edu, and that will be monitored. And again, we'll be up and running on Monday, September the 26th, 1 Bridgestone Park, Nashville, Tennessee. Madam Chairman, that completes my report.
Good report. We've talked a lot about changes and transitions, and I don't think there's anything harder than a move. So we don't envy you and the team that, but we do appreciate you all, and we'll be thinking of you next Friday. Notice I have not volunteered to go carry boxes. But no, that'll be a big day. Good luck, my friend. No, good report. Thank you to Vice Chancellor Thompson. Always helpful. Any other comments or questions from the team? Mr. Roddy.
We're making remarkable progress regarding our Drive to 55, Tennessee Promise, but I'm wondering, do we equally have a strategy to prepare K through 12 to be ready for a great opportunity to go to a community college, TCAT, I'm just really concerned that the students are prepared to go to college. And, statewide, those that fall a little behind may have to go during the summer, or we need a strategy, though, to have our K through 12 very prepared.
Completely concur. So let me think about 3 points on that. One, which is the larger point, which is we just have to have, I think, more rigorous standards. I think that our K-12 system has experienced some pretty unprecedented success the last few years as well. But higher ed's role in that takes us to the next 2 points, and that is one, teacher preparation. I heard someone once say, for every finger higher education points at K-12, we have 2 pointing back at us, because we train all the teachers. Yeah. There's a discussion right now in Tennessee regarding what teacher preparation and educator preparation, as it's now called, is going to look like in the future. The Board of Regents, I think, has led very well on that, beginning with the Ready to Teach initiative through where we are now. I'll go ahead and tell you, the central thing you hear is it's less about the pedagogy of how we prepare teachers and more about how we select the people that become teachers. And we've become very comfortable with very high cuts to enter professional school, law school, or medical school. How are we selecting those that can enter a college of education and ultimately become teachers? When I think about reaching the Drive to 55, that's the first thing that comes to mind for me as a higher ed. How can we help? It's really about teacher preparation. I mean, something remarkable has happened through the Tennessee Promise. We've really taken off the table the single biggest excuse a student would have had to not go to college in the past. The fallback excuse would have always been, well, I can't afford it. And to your point, that's not the case at a community college or a TCAT. The other thing I think higher ed has done incredibly well, though, is what we can control is how we deliver remediation. And there is no better example right now nationally of co-requisite remediation success than the work that Dr. Denley has led throughout the system with results that I believe was a 400% increase in success last year when we delivered via co-requisite remediation. And then there is, you all knew you wouldn't get through this, given the fact we're at Chattanooga State, without me referencing the sales program. I'm looking for Dr. Tidings. Just a real quick primer for those that aren't aware of the sales program. 4 years ago, Chattanooga State went to their local high schools and said 75% of your students need math remediation when they get here. Let's cut out the middleman. We'll come to the senior year and deliver the same math remediation. So instead of that senior year being a year where you're spinning your wheels waiting to start remediation your freshman year of college, let's deliver it now. The results were incredible. That first pilot at Red Bank High School here in Hamilton County had an 88% success rate. So I think we all agreed between the Board of Regents and THEC, let's invest in sales. We expanded it to serve statewide. We're now in year 3 of that program, and let me give you 2 statistics that shock me every time I hear it. One, in the last 3 years, the sales program has reduced the need for remediation by 28,000 students. We are virtually the only state in the southern region that has a downward trend of math remediation. And that's not just because of sales, by the way. I think it's because of our K-12 improvements as well. But you have to think sales has played a role in that. And the raw statistic that is also shocking is in 2012, 71% of our students needed math remediation. This year, 55%. That is incredible progress. So, Regent Roddy, when I think about higher ed's role in that, I share your fear. I think a lot of that is K-12 centric, so we need to be great supporters, but we also need to prepare teachers very well. And when and if we get a student that needs remediation, our first message to them is important. It isn't you're in remediation and wow, you've got a long road. I think the work that the regents have done and the staff have done here at TBR, it now changes that to actually you need remediation, but that's okay, because you're going into co-requisite remediation, which is a proven model. And maybe there's some of those students where we've been able to interdict the need for remediation via the sales program. I have a much better answer to your question now than I would have 3 years ago. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Good question, Regent Roddy. Anybody else? Before we move on, I do want to say thanks again to AT&T. The Aspire Scholarship is one for which we are extremely grateful as a system. I know our community college presidents will put those to good use. And again, superheroes. Joelle Phillips, who is the president of AT&T, also chairs the Drive to 55 Alliance. So they get it, folks. They know what we're trying to accomplish, and our hat's off to them. So thanks again. And thank you, Chancellor, for an excellent report. We now, oh yes, and Joelle's on the search committee, that's right, for our Chancellor as well. Thank you, Greg, for the reminder. We now turn to the reports of from our presidents and directors, and I believe Dr. Gilliam will lead us off on our community college report. And just as a reminder to the board, your newsletters are at our places to take home and read a little more good news from our schools. So thank you, Dr. Gilliam.
Well, good morning, Vice Chancellor, Vice Chair Reynolds, our regents, our Chancellor Gregory, and our guests here today. My first thanks goes to TBR, not only the regents, but our staff, and for all you do for our institutions. We're very blessed to have a very supportive and progressive leadership that has made TBR one of the best, if not the best system in the nation. And we are all very proud to be part of such a great system. We cannot continue to do the same things we've been doing. This is a conversation among our presidents, that we can't keep doing the things we've done in the past and expect different results. And thanks so much from the governor, the Tennessee Board of Regents, and everyone, THEC, for making things happen. And please know that we are supporting and leading efforts at each of our colleges. We're raising our hands. Yes, we want to be first to try this, but we could not do that without your support and your unified leadership. So thank you so much. I'd also like to add my thanks to Dr. Flora Tidings and her staff for a wonderful job at hosting us at Chattanooga State here today, and just thank you for your hospitality and just great support. We also would like to add my welcome to Dr. Tony Mixa. Would you stand? The new president of Walter State Community College. It's great to have you on the team. I would also like to recognize Dr. Bruce Blanding, who is already in retirement, for his service not only as president of Jackson State, but also as a TCAT director at Elizabethton in my area. So congratulations to Bruce, and thanks to all of his years of service to TBR. Mr. Horace Chase, who's Vice President for Business and Finance, has been appointed as the interim president while the search is underway for that position. Yes.
There he is.
We'd also like to share our appreciation for the Aspire Grant AT&T scholarships provided for community college students, and you'll be hearing more about that as noted as we celebrated each of our campuses and giving these to our recipients there. At this time, we have some slides, I believe, on the Future is So Bright events across the state as we celebrate the onboarding of Tennessee Promise celebration. So if you could bring those up for the community colleges. Some of these events have already taken place, as you can see, and some of us have them scheduled in the very near future. So you're going to be seeing more about this in your community if you haven't already. So we're so proud of folks gathering together and celebrating the onboarding of these freshmen beginning last year. We had a 25% increase in freshman enrollment last year. What a boost to each of our colleges. What an opportunity. And there are countless stories of how Tennessee Promise is changing lives across our state, but also our enrollment and our completion rates. So it's not just about the numbers, how important that is, but we are changing lives, and we're just so happy to be a part of it. And our focus and direction for the future is clearly on retention and student success of these students, and we're doing everything we can to keep them moving forward. At this time, I'd like to ask Virginia Moreland, our TBR's Associate Director for Marketing and Community Relations for Community Colleges, to please come up and introduce our UT staff for a report on research recently completed.
As Virginia's coming to the podium, Madam Chairman, I just want to thank the board members who took time to go to one of the Welcome Back events, THEC staff, and as well as senior staff.
Hi, thank you, Dr. Gilliam. I appreciate that. Good morning, Regents, Chancellor. Thank you for having us here this morning. As you all may recall, in 2010, the Complete College Tennessee Act called on us to create and market a system brand for our 13 community colleges. And one of the first endeavors of that was to perform a comprehensive study to determine what the perceptions from our current and prospective students at that time, what those perceptions of the community colleges were. Working with the University of Tennessee's Center for Business and Economic Research, the study was conducted and revealed several misperceptions about our community colleges, particularly regarding affordability, transferring of credit, and quality. So those results we took and helped us tremendously as we went about developing our core messages for the launch of a statewide branding and marketing campaign that was launched in 2013. So while we've had great engagement with our media campaigns, with clicks and likes and follows and web traffic to our website, the key thing we needed to know is what impact were we truly having. So last fall, we once again engaged with the UT's Center for Business and Economic Research to conduct that same study again to see what impact our efforts, as well as the monumental launch of Tennessee Promise, was having on the perceptions of our community colleges. So today we've asked Amy Cathy from SEBR to join us and share with you the results that we just received recently. Amy was actually the lead researcher on the 2010 study, as well as the one we just conducted, so she has a great perspective on how the attitudes and perceptions have changed between those two studies. So I'll ask Amy if she will come up here and has a brief presentation for you. Thank you, Amy.
Thank you, Virginia, and thank you all for
having this study on the agenda today. It has been a joy and an honor to get to work on this study. I work on a daily basis with our graduate and executive education programs at UT, and so it's been neat to see the beginnings of that process for many of our students. So as Virginia said, in 2010, the Tennessee Board of Regents came to the Boyd Center for Economic and Business Research to talk, and they were interested in 3 main objectives. They wanted to understand what barriers existed to our students who wanted to attend community colleges and things that TBR might be able to do to change those. They wanted to understand opportunities for increasing enrollment and strategies for promoting the recognition and value of the Tennessee community college system. Those objectives remain the same for the 2015 study, with the addition of a 4th objective, which is really to look at what's different between 2010 and 2015. And there are some very exciting areas of progress, and that's what I'm going to spend a few minutes talking with you all about today. Just in terms of big picture, as part of each of the studies, and certainly over the past year, we conducted 9 statewide focus groups, generally 3 in East, 3 in Middle, and 3 in West Tennessee. We had some focus groups that focused on high school students, some that focused on current community college students, and some that focused on what we would call non-traditional prospective students, so individuals who'd been out of the educational environment for at least 5 years and would be potentials to come back. We followed up those focus groups with statewide surveys with each of those 3 groups. Overall, we had, in the focus group side of the study, about 79 total opinions included, and we visited 4 different community college campuses to gather those opinions. In the surveys, we had a little over 3,300 opinions included, and we did have respondents from all 13 of Tennessee's community colleges, which was wonderful. So I want to express appreciation to all the community colleges for their support of this effort. So in the focus groups, which looked a lot at understanding sort of the pros and cons of choosing a community college, if you look at the screen on the left are the pros that our focus group participants said related to choosing a community college, and they are affordability, flexibility, caring, they're close to home, and the sense that the student will succeed academically, even if that student is getting a fresh start or a second chance. The barriers, and some of these will sound familiar to you, these are very similar to what we saw in 2010, were that the perception that was out there that choosing a community college might be a backup or a second choice for some of the students. There was a perception that the education offered at a community college was not necessarily aligned with job market needs. Again, these are perceptions. That's the goal of the study, is to understand the perceptions and then think in terms of how to change those. And then finally, that generally there was less of a sense of school pride than at other schools. Now, this list looks very similar to what we heard in 2010, although I will tell you the conversation changed since 2010 in at least 3 pretty key ways. One of the ways is really around this construct of affordability. There were fewer worries about affordability of community college in 2015 than 2010. You might assume that from all of the introduction of Tennessee Promise, but there were many, many positive comments about Tennessee Promise from all of the groups that we talked about. Affordability was not an issue for high school students and for current community college students. There were still some concerns among the non-traditional student population that they might not be able to afford community college. The second big change that we saw is that there were almost no concerns expressed in 2015 about the transferability of credits to a 4-year institution. This is huge. I cannot tell you how much time was spent in the 2010 focus groups talking about that concern and that barrier, and it was virtually eliminated by 2015. So that was a significant progress area. The third is that our high school students that we talked with discussed community colleges as a realistic option for them. No matter what their goals were, they were at least looking at community colleges as a realistic path for starting out. That was a significant contrast from 2010, where some of the students that we talked with wouldn't have considered community college. And that's really, I think, an important progress marker for the conversation and how it has changed among high school students. We'll see some of that change in the survey results as well. So for the survey, there were a couple of things we did from a methodological standpoint that were a little different between 2010 and 2016. So I want to mention those just so that you can consider the data accordingly. We did partner this spring with Tennessee Achieves to be our source for helping us collect high school student data. So our high school student respondents were students who were registered with Tennessee Achieves. That includes a wide variety of students across the state. A number of high schools, as you all may know, require all of their students to register with Tennessee Achieves, but that pool was a little bit different than what we used in 2010. We also added a don't know option to the survey, which gave people, if they didn't feel like they had enough information about the community college system, the chance to say don't know, rather than being forced into a response. That made a little bit of a difference, especially among our non-traditional student population, and we'll talk a little bit about that. So with that in mind, let me give you, and I know this is a little bit hard to read, but let me kind of give you an example question from the survey. And this is the survey, or these are responses to the survey question, how would you rate your community college experience? And it's, if you look at the scale, if you look at the first bar on the left-hand side, current high school students, 69% of current high school students who responded to the survey rated their community college experience either very good or excellent. So that's a little over 2/3 who said that. We're going to talk in just a minute about how that looks different and better than 2010, and that's a really good thing. But overall, you can see kind of by the bars, high school students were a little less positive about the community college experience as a general group than most of the other groups. The second bar from the left is the non-traditional segment. We actually pulled out the ages 19 to 39 within that segment because we felt like those were realistically more likely to re-enroll in or to potentially re-enter as a non-traditional student into a community college. They were a little bit better. Also, at really 70% who were rating community college experience as very good or excellent. The third bar, that lowest bar, is current Tennessee Promise students. And I'll tell you, the graph probably makes that look more negative than it actually is. We're looking at 67% of the students who currently receive Tennessee Promise funding who rated their experience as very good or excellent, as compared to 69 or 70% overall. So it's not a huge difference. It is certainly something that we are looking at going forward as we continue to explore what those students think in terms of overall experience. But that was typical. This is a typical question in terms of the ordering and the nature of the responses. As we move to the right, you can see that the experience is rated even higher by current community college students, by current high school students who checked yes to the box. I think attending community college is a realistic option to me. So this is a good thing because you get higher responses by students who are more seriously considering a community college. And then the highest, which is typical of many, many of our questions, the non-traditional community members that we reached rated community college experience the highest. And so for that highest number, we're 77% of the non-traditional prospective students that rated community college experiences very good or excellent. So as I switch slides, these orange bars will stay, and we're going to add some yellow bars, and the yellow bars are the responses to this same question in 2010. So if you look at the overall scale, you will see that there's not huge differences. We did see a strong gain among current high school students and their overall rating of the community college experience, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. We did not have, obviously, current Tennessee Promise students in 2010, so that's a single bar. And we'll see a little bit of a decline in the non-traditional prospective students and the current community college students. And again, some of that could be in relation to the don't know option that we gave our respondents. So most findings were consistent between 2010 and 2015, but I know you guys want to know what was different. And there were several areas, really 3 key areas of progress that we observed. And the first is that high school students were more positive overall for almost every question. And that's important for, I cannot underscore that enough. If you look specifically at perceptions of pride related to community colleges, those perceptions of pride rose 20 points. In 2016, 77% of high school students said that community colleges offer, quote, a degree I can be proud of. That is compared to 57% in 2010. So that's a really important marker. High school student perceptions of quality of community colleges rose by 27 points. And I would say that's both in terms of people who are rating community colleges higher and smaller numbers of people who are rating community colleges lower. So we have a question that says, I will get the same or better quality education at a community college than I would elsewhere. And in 2016, we saw 63% of the high school students who answered yes, agree or strongly agree to that question. So 2/3 almost of the high school students said, yes, I'll get the same or better quality of education higher at a community college than I would elsewhere. Only 11% strongly disagreed with that question. That is very different than in 2010 when we had roughly 1/3 instead of closer to 2/3 of the high school students who said, I think I will get the same or better quality of education at a community college. And in 2010, we had another 1/3 that disagreed strongly that they would get the same quality of education. So again, the conversation among high school students as it relates to community colleges has significantly changed. The study shows in the last 5 years, and that's a really, really good thing. We also saw that affordability was less of a barrier in 2016, and both the focus groups and the survey results back that up. 87% of high school students, current community college students, and the students who received Tennessee Promise funding all said that community colleges are affordable. So if you look at what's not in there, the group that didn't rate it quite so high was the non-traditional students, and they were still positive in terms of affordability, but not as positive as the high school students, Tennessee Promise students, and the current community college students. And then finally, the overall perceptions of value around community colleges have also increased. Respondents were asked several questions about their thought of the overall value of community colleges, and in general, 70 to 80% of the respondents across all the market segments were very positive about community colleges and the value that they provide. And there's an entire report that can go through this in great detail, but generally what you want to know is it was a good result. We also saw across the board decline in the number of respondents who agreed with the idea that community colleges are not as intense as a university. And so again, they are seeing community colleges as a viable quality option for themselves as they think about how they want to continue their education, which is a good thing.
I think we have a question from Regent Griscom.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
As I look at all this, what I'm looking for is, did you all ask the question, what are all the things that influenced these changes? I mean, was it a marketing campaign? Was it the governor who's pushed a lot? Was it local universities and communities? I mean, I'm glad to see this, but what I don't see is
why?
What are the most effective spokespeople, messages reaching out that change these perceptions? Maybe you've done that, but I'd like to see that, because I think that helps us understand. If it's the governor, then we go talk to the governor and say we need more of this. Or if it's a president here, but is that someplace in here so we know what were those key drivers that changed this perception?
And
That's
the
a
role of-
really
yeah.
good question.
And the role of the high school counselor, too, is one that yeah.
We did not in the surveys ask questions about what were the drivers of change. In the focus groups, we got some qualitative indicators of those kinds of things. We do know that the high school counselor and their role is a really critical role from those focus groups. We do know, obviously, the Tennessee Promise funding and the changes around affordability made a difference, but that would be a good set of questions to be able to go back and ask the students. I'm sorry, I don't have that information for you today.
And you know, it might be that it was all of those things. And that's my sense, having kind of been through it the last few years. But I think the most important thing is we changed what students were saying to each other. And we witnessed that when we went to the Future So Bright events. Those students, they weren't talking about community college before in a lot of ways. They were aspiring to our four-year universities that maybe wouldn't have been the best place for them to go initially. And I do think Tennessee Promise changed how students felt about going to college. And very frankly, it just made more of them go. And so then you had a little bit of a peer effect. But I bet the answer would be, and this would always be hard to capture quantitatively, it was probably all of it. Yeah. And I also think it has to do not just with Promise, but with the efforts that the Office of Community Colleges started in 2011 and 12 about when you saw those Tennessee Communities Colleges ads, those were a foundation that we were able to lay Promise on top of.
And I appreciate that, Mike, very much, because we're sitting here from yesterday talking about a continued marketing campaign, and whether that marketing campaign now becomes larger, meaning to really rebrand TBR, how much goes to community college, how much TCAT. So that's the reason my question is, is where those dollars should go and where the impact. So I think it's helpful to know, while I'm glad we did the marketing, how much of what's driven here was by the campaign we did, or all the other factors, which I agree. I think all of them rolled in together make it work as we look, Chancellor, at a continuing marketing effort for TBR.
Yeah. Also, I would agree in terms of it was a factor of all of the above that led to the change. But one of the issues that I would like to focus on is the perception, because the perception of community colleges has changed tremendously over the last couple of years. And when we look back at President Tiden's presentation where she talked about the co-branding between Chattanooga State and UTC, start here, finish here. So now there's a connectivity in the mindset of a number of individuals that going to a community college doesn't mean that I will just end up with an associate degree, but there is a pathway that gets me to that bachelor's degree, if that's what I want to do. So it is a multitude of factors that have led to it. But at the end of the day, we've got to continue to have that marketing program that connects all the pieces in the mind's eye of our customers out there.
Thank you. Right. If I could, I'll kind of step in and talk a little bit about what our next steps are.
Got a question from
oh, I'm sorry.
Regent Fixner.
No problem. I think the thing that struck me on that presentation, I mean, a lot of very positive things, but the fact that they have no worries about transferability is unbelievable. Mm-hmm. And thinking about a post-focus TBR and THEC, and I really, really hope that that perception of seamlessness can continue when we are with working with local boards and TBRs trying to coordinate, because that's, from the student perspective, I don't think how we're organized should affect their experience of this continuity. And if it does, then I'm not sure that we've come up with the most effective plan. So I hope that we can focus on that in this transition through focus. And keep that particular statistic absolutely consistent, because that's amazing.
Right. Absolutely. And just to kind of address your question a little bit more, and I'll just kind of mention what our next steps are in regard to our statewide marketing for community colleges. With this research in hand, we've also just signed with a new full-service creative ad agency out of Memphis that we're very excited about going into our creative development phase with them to develop a whole new branding campaign that we expect to launch early spring next year. And our main goals with that advertising campaign and our marketing efforts will be to address to kind of build on the successes that we've already seen with the high school students, to kind of really cement in their minds that community college is a great place for them to start their higher education career. Tennessee Promise has been such a monumental wave, and it is hard for us to determine exactly what was the main drivers behind those changes in perception, but that's obviously a huge factor, and it's becoming more incumbent upon us at the community college level to market Tennessee Promise and to work with the high school students so that they know what that opportunity is available to them. So we'll be looking to really build upon that and build a culture that it's an automatic thought is that they look at the community college first. The second thing will be we'll do some additional research on the non-traditional prospective adult students to see how do we reach them, what are the messages that will encourage them to come back to college, and where are they, what are they reading, what are they watching, what are the avenues that we need to look at to reach them with those messages. So we'll take this data, continue to break it down, and then we'll be working on that marketing plan. Okay. Thank you.
I think Tennessee Promise has done a great job for the marketing of the community colleges because it made community colleges free. I may not like a car called the Yugo, and I might walk past it every day. But if somebody said that car you just walked past is free, I might start looking at it more. And I might find valuable things about that car that I had overlooked all this time. So making community colleges free is a huge marketing effort. And if we can't go out and get more students to come and get a free Yugo or a free education at a community college, then we're not doing a great job. But we are doing a good job. So having it be free is a huge marketing effort.
Well, thank you so much. If there are any other questions, I'd just like to comment that being over the community college business for 30-some-odd years, and I know there are others who have more years than me, it's a happy day to see such a jump and that needle moving of perceptions. We've been working on it for years, and to see this big jump of 25% in just a few short years is just tremendous, and we're very excited to hear these data. And thank you again for your support. Any other questions or comments?
Thank you. Thank you, President Gilliam. No, well done, everyone. And Virginia, do keep us posted. I mean, I'm sitting here thinking, one, I mentioned to the Chancellor, I think probably all of us would love to see this good work, look at the study in total, if it's possible to send it around. And then two, this whole topic, and I haven't said this to you, so sorry but it may be something where, in one of our board work sessions, maybe we want to spend an hour or so with Virginia and just thinking through marketing and planning and sort of based on this data, just kind of think through this, because we've got some good minds and entrepreneurs and marketers here. So just a note maybe for our next time together. Okay, thank you. Okay. So good questions, though, good conversation. And the future is bright, so that's exciting in and of itself. Ivan Jones from Shelbyville, Tennessee, come on down. And Director Jones will give us a report on the TCATs. And by the way, thanks to Amy and UT, that was very well done, so good presentation.
Madam Chair, Chancellor Gregory, Regents, good morning. We're excited to report that the TCATs are actively involved in the fall welcome back events highlighting our Tennessee Promise and Tennessee Reconnect students. With our calendar, our classes actually began on September the 6th, so we've only actually had 4 events so far, and they were at TCAT Livingston, Covington, Ripley, and Jackson, plus several of them actually are going on as I'm making this presentation. These events, like our sister community colleges, are hosting legislators and community leaders. Approximately 300 adults and 100 high school students enjoyed coffee and donuts at the TCAT Livingston on Monday, September the 12th. Students shared their goals for a future so bright and took photos while being welcomed back to the campus by faculty and staff, as you see. TCAT Covington and Ripley hosted their welcome back celebration on Tuesday, September the 13th, with students being served breakfast sandwiches and juice. They also received my Future So Bright sunglasses and a pocket U.S. Constitution. They closed their program with celebrating Constitution Day. And Dr. Jeff Sisk from the TCAT Jackson gave me an update. He had his yesterday. They had 350 students participate. He was fortunate enough to have State Senator Ed Jackson and State Representative Johnny Shaw speak to the students about their future, welcoming them. They gave away T-shirts. I think they had pizza and soft drinks. But the highlight was Dr. Sisk put himself on a dunking booth. And he informed us that all 350 students lined up. I asked him how many times did he get submerged, and he told me that it was only 5 times. So our conclusion is, obviously, he put the dunking booth about 50 yards from the throwing line. And obviously, Jackson's doing a great job teaching technical skills, but not so much on athletic skills. But you'll hear more of that as well. As you can see, the events are well attended, and it's a fun time for students and campuses. Our newsletter, which you have, has a list of the remaining events. Please feel invited, and please feel free to come by and have your picture taken with our students. The future is so bright. We would like to share a partnership that we have established with the National Coalition of Certification Centers. The National Coalition of Certification Centers, or easily known as NC3, was actually established in December 2009 to address the need for strong partnerships between industry and education institutions. I like their mission statement, straightforward and simple. NC3 develops, implements, sustains industry-recognized portable certifications built on national skill standards. It's a network of education providers, including all 27 TCATs, and their corporations that supports, advances, and validates new and emerging technology. Rather than me talk about it, we'd like to share a short video which actually shows what they do.
Don't just go to a job interview and say, hey, I can do this. Show me a certification where I actually know that you've been through it. And the validity that comes with NC3 certification is what employers are looking for today.
The main goal of NC3 is to help solve the skills gap problem.
Understanding technology is one thing. How do you use it? How do you apply it is another. How do we teach young people to do that? We do that through certifications.
Over 300 schools across the nation right now teaching NC3 training. And it was a vision about these stackable credentials and giving students an opportunity to learn a set curriculum that can be used all across the nation and be recognized by any employer that they go to.
So we're at our Train the Trainer 13 event, where we bring instructors in from around the country, and they're learning and preparing to offer these certifications back at their home school.
At WestMech for this Train the Trainer, I'm the diagnostics instructor.
I'm teaching building performance instrument certification. I'm here teaching torque.
So we bring interested schools and instructors in. We deliver the curriculum to them just like they will deliver it to their students.
We make the instructors be the student.
I'm learning new things that I hadn't thought of before and new ways of teaching it.
Yeah. You weren't collecting new data. You're one of those students.
Industry is involved integrally at the very front end of every certification we do. It's actually co-created with industry.
It's being delivered through the home college, but the curriculum has been vetted and approved by industry.
We provide insights into what's needed today and where industry is going to be tomorrow.
For the students that go through a certification program, they have that validation, and it starts with industry and it ends with industry.
When they see the Snap-on Torque certification, it gives them a real leg up in the interview process.
If I just have the program to myself and I reach 50 students a year, well, I come and I share this with my fellow peers, and now instead of reaching 50 students, we're reaching 1,000 students, we're reaching 2,000 students.
Think about it, not only can I use it as an actual instrument, but as a math exercise too.
You know, in order to make this successful, and at the end of the day, what we mean by success is students being able to get employment. We need facilities like we're here at WestMec in Phoenix, Arizona.
You can't help but be here and begin to have the ideas burst. It's like, wow, that's a great idea. This is what our campus could be like, and it's transformational by nature.
Right there, 72.92, that's plus or minus 10%, right on the money.
All right.
You can always take something back to your own classroom that you've learned both from the event and from the other instructors that you've networked with.
And it doesn't matter if this person's 1,500 miles away, they've got the same kind of students doing the same kind of silly things. It's as though they're working in the office right across from you.
It's just changed the way that I do things. It's brought passion back into what I do.
We have set a benchmark, and every time we've set a benchmark, we have raised the bar. And every time we've raised the bar, I will tell you not only our instructors have hit it, but so have our students.
So we're here to really support our instructor training network and to ensure that our instructors know that we believe in their success just as we believe in our students' success.
We're privileged this morning to have the Executive Director of NC3, and I'm calling him to the podium, Mr. Roger Tedeschi. He has dedicated his professional life to the advancement of education and workforce development in the transportation, aerospace, and manufacturing industry. Not only is he Executive Director of NC3, but he's also a business owner of the Business Education Partnerships Group. Roger?
Good morning, and welcome to NC3, and Madam, thank you for the opportunity here to present about, not only about NC3, but let me first kind of start off a little bit about the background of what we touched on up there a little bit, is why do we have NC3 today? So, you know, when we think about, I think the gentleman from AT&T talked about the amount of technology and how fast they are transforming. So, you know, for everybody in this room, we all drive a car, right? And it's a great transportation tool. But for every one of you, when you press on that gas pedal, understand the only reason that gas pedal is there today is because you won't buy the car without it. You're really not pressing on anything. Okay, it's essentially a drive-by-wire system since 1999. Okay, and that technology continues to grow at tremendous rates. And so when you think about that and where technology is today, whether it's in the plant side of manufacturing and robotics and collaboration between systems of CNC machining, all the way to the installation and commissioning process, to the maintenance, repair, and so forth, whether it's in transportation, aviation, manufacturing, healthcare, so forth, it all comes back to the shoulder, what I call the shoulder and the head skill sets today that operate even on the engineering side. So NC3 was really put together by people like yourself from higher ed, community college systems, as well as industry that said, you know, historically we've kind of all worked in, we can recreate things or put things in our own backyard and it works great. But from an industry standpoint, if you think of a Boeing or a Fiat Chrysler or a Snap-on or Ingersoll Rand train, not only do they have plants, but they have a tremendous supply chain system that exists right here in Chattanooga, Tennessee. And not only are there components and systems going into Volkswagen or Train here locally, but there are systems and components that are going across the globe into other systems, okay? And so where does that workforce come from? The other part is as we sit here today, 10,000 people a day are retiring and will do for the next 16 to 17 years. And with that tremendous amount of technology and experience that all of us baby boomers have kind of all grown up with, right, are now having to be transferred to the new emerging workforce along with new technologies. And so part of that, and that exists even in our education systems. So as you saw in the video there, one of the gentlemen that was talking was John Lee, who is from TCAT Elizabethton, has been one of our pioneers, as is the TCAT system nationally with us, is how do we implement this into the classroom? Because one of our key focal points for NC3 is the instructor in the classroom and the trainer. Because we know, as you heard from Frederick Brookhouse, who is from Snap-on, but if I had John Fox here from Fiat Chrysler, we can build great buildings, have great technology in the classroom, tremendous curriculum. But if the instructor isn't at that 90% level of understanding that technology and how it's applied in the workplace and how it relates both on the technology and academic side in that workplace, then we're struggling. And to make that point is we've done several surveys, both with instructors and technicians, pre-engineering students out in the workplace, and we found that when we don't have this, that person may only know 30 or 20% of the technology. And if our instructors only know that 20 or 30% of the current technology, what can we expect from our students, right? So our goal every day, in that John Lee and Nick from here in TCAT are key people across the country, along with some of the other instructors that you saw across the country, that are helping us work directly with industry at the engineering technology development level, develop the curriculum, the assessments and the hands-on skill assessments, bring that into the classroom. So not only do we bring the instructors up to that 90-95% technology level, but we also have the system now to sustain that. So since 2009, we've started with 5 technology programs across the country as key benchmarks. Today we're at a little over 460 institutions across the country. This year we'll issue a little over 50,000 certifications to students in these programs across the country, all driven by industry and education collaborating every day together. One of the other key pieces that I'd like to touch on a little about this is that the companies and the global partners that we work with are technology innovators. So not only are they in the marketplace, but they are also innovators of new technology and systems integrated in multiple companies across the country. But along with that, they also are good community partners, okay? And one of the key things that they firmly believe in, and I think that's part where we tie in very well with Tennessee Promise, the whole Tennessee system as a national model, is every one of these certifications are delivered to your students free of charge. So whether a school has 50 students in it, or as John Lee mentioned, excuse me, 1,000 students, every one of those students are able to achieve that certification and go into the workplace with that certification, meaning they can sit down and articulate with the hiring manager, this is what I know, but this is what I can do day one. So some of the big areas that we touch on is transportation, manufacturing, energy, both production, transmission, and energy usage, such as a building like this, as well as aviation. And so I just recently, matter of fact, my flight in here last night was from both Detroit and Grand Rapids, Michigan, where we worked with the school system there and also visited some of the Fiat Chrysler advanced manufacturing plants where 3D additive manufacturing is already happening, and the robotics and that collaboration that is already happening. And so they are looking, just in the Detroit area, around one plant on how they're going to hire, within the next 2 years, 1,000 what they're calling engineering technicians. So they need to come through the community college system, But most likely, once they're hired, they will advance eventually into some engineering type things as they grow with the technology. In visiting with Dr. James King, that I work with a lot, is someone had mentioned that as a national model, that the TCAT system and the Tennessee Promise. Yes, you are a benchmark in the country. Yes, there are states looking at you, but I would add to it, there are a lot of states that are copying it, and they're implementing it. For example, Connecticut is a state that we work very closely with. They've taken all 18 of their high school programs, have instituted NC3 certification, and are now working on that next level on how all those students can end and have that pathway to technical education in the community college and technical system. I can go across the country, Kansas. As my wife says, I live in Oklahoma on the weekends, but the rest of the time on American Airlines. But Oklahoma, Michigan, for example, we met with the Department of Education there in the governor's office, and again, that is another state that is, I spent some time talking about how the TCAT system and the community college system here articulate and work together, but also how the governor's office and the Board of Regents and so forth work together, because many of our certifications, and I'll give you one example around precision measurement. We work with Starrett Tool Corporation, which is a global leader in precision measurement, from everything from healthcare to automobiles and so forth. But Starrett is also working with us all the way down into the 4th and 5th grade levels on how do we introduce math and math concepts and how it applies to measurement in the industry and educational world, all the way up to the university system, to where pre-engineering students that are going to be our future engineers in our corporations on how precision measurement and those tolerances all fit into that collaboration between ideas, research, and development, and then how do you bring a product to market through the manufacturing sector. So there's a lot of pieces that I could cover, but I can't emphasize enough how important the TCAT system, James King and his team. I know Janice Gilman was just up not too long ago. I've worked with her as well in the community college system here in Tennessee. But you know, the big picture is that 3D printing, computer technology, all these, the skill sets that are coming are here today. And so one of my biggest challenges right now is working with all the manufacturers out there that have new technologies that are in market or coming to market, and their whole piece to me is Roger, we historically have not worked with technical education in the past. And this is something that we now realize that we've got to not only work with the K through 12 system, we must work with the technical education community college system, as well as the university system, because they need them all. And so they are very interested in how they continue to work, and Tennessee has been a tremendously strong model for that. As I said, John Lee, I can't say enough for John and Nick here in the state to not only work with our corporations, but set that model for the country for the professional development of our current instructors across the country, but new instructors. So, for example, this week I know John has been with 4 or 5 new instructors that are just coming into the teaching industry, and providing that role model of how you work with the industry, work with education, still run a classroom, and produce those results. So with that, I mean, as you can imagine, I could stand up here and talk a lot about all the great things that are happening, but I think more importantly, between industry and education being here today to answer your questions about whether what's happening now, or if you have questions about what's going to be happening in the near future, I'll be glad to answer and entertain questions.
Any questions, comments? I have one quick one.
Sure.
And I know all of us appreciate your great comments about our TCATs and the work we're doing here, and we're thrilled that we're a national model. But we also need to be self-critical from time to time, right? So with your more national view of technical education, help educate us. What piece of the puzzle might we be missing? Do you have one good piece of advice for us that we need to be thinking about, especially as we put more of a focus on our community colleges and TCATs as a board?
Yes. when you make the investment, so this is, again, you asked a great question, not only from a national standpoint, but from a state and local standpoint. When you're investing in technology, don't forget about the instructor. And what I mean by that is you can invest in technology in buildings, but the important part, and this is a big piece that we collaborate with you, so it's not all an investment on your shoulders, is this is what industry is very engaged and willing and very supportive at the highest levels. So when you invest in new equipment and layout of new buildings, let's work with those instructors to make sure that on day one, they have used the equipment, they know how to, and we work with them to embed it into the curriculum, both on the academic and technical side, so that day one they are ready to deliver. And when we're all students, right, and we raise our hand and we say, Mr. Instructor or Mrs. Instructor, why do I got to learn that? They've got the answer not only from the pedigree of the education, but from an industry standpoint, this is how you're going to use it, and this is what leads to a job. So I think that's an area that I always say we've got to be vigilant on that, and to, like, for example, in the state right now, I think we have 135 instructors that have gone through the train-to-trainer initiative that you've seen up there, which includes that hands-on component. And these are not certificates of attendance, by the way, okay? Every one of those instructors over there have to go through an assessment and pass that at a 90% proficiency that's been established by industry. So that investment into the train-to-trainer, along with the equipment and the technology, is just a critical piece, okay?
Thank you. Anybody else? Well, thank you for taking the time to join us, and we'll get you home to Oklahoma, hopefully, in a timely way for the weekend.
Actually, I'll get home to Oklahoma next Friday. I'm heading back to Michigan to work with General Motors on some new technology. So
oh my gosh! All right.
But it's all good.
Okay,
good.
This is we're proud to have.
Time.
Oh,
yes.
Regent Freeman. Sorry. Oh, I think we had a question or comment from Regent Freeman.
Are there any other states that are offering free tuition?
Free what?
Free tuition to the community colleges like Tennessee?
Not on the scale that you are, okay? I will say that Connecticut, Kansas is strongly, they have some other incentives on a way to get there, right? So for example, I think of Kansas is that for every student that completes and is engaged in technical education at the high school level and completes some level of certification, there's a funding mechanism that goes both to that community college and to those students that allow them to get into community college. So it's a little bit different mechanism to get there. It's kind of a transition piece, but that at the end of the day, that's where they want to get to. And then I would say states like Wisconsin are also aggressively working on pathways to help young people and the adult transitioning workplace people come into that community college system.
So we're leading the way.
You're absolutely leading the way, and I would say there's a lot of states obviously looking at it, but they've moved beyond looking and studying to figuring out how to, through policy, through governments. Some have to go through legislative activities with the public to change a public policy to get there, but they are actively working on that. Yes.
Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you again.
Thank you for educating us.
Thank you,
Ivan?
Roger, for taking time out of your busy schedule to address our board, and thank you for your partnership with the TCATs. You should have a pamphlet in front of you also that talks about that, and a good website. If you really want to go exploring in depth, please do so during your free time as well. We want to take a moment to recognize our newest colleague. We want to welcome Debbie Petrie as the new director of the TCAT Jacksboro. So Debbie, would you stand? And welcome. We are pleased to have her as a colleague, and she has become effective September 1, and her institution has got the greatest challenge. Her reaccreditation visit is in October, so her and her staff are working diligently to prepare for that, and we know she'll do a very good job. Finally, we want to talk about a graduation. With our name change of Colleges of Applied Technology, we've made sure that our graduations were an extremely formal event and a great celebration. And it's really like no other celebration at a TCAT. and they had great success. On the average, each graduate brings about 8 to 10 family members and friends to that. And many of our students are first-generation students going to school 30 hours a week and working full-time. Plus, many are actually placed prior to graduation. They come back and walk in the ceremony. Our speakers have ranged from Commissioner Burns Phillips, THEC Mike Krause, and many of you as board members. TCAT Knoxville, however, had the pleasure of having Senator Lamar Alexander as their guest speaker on August the 30th. Many of you know that it was when then Governor Alexander had moved the TCATs, known as the Area Vocational Schools, from the State Department of Education to the Tennessee Board of Regents in 1983. Senator Alexander was honored with a plaque for his wisdom and his forethought. And for more details, you can check out our newsletter and read about that event. And finally, the TCATs would like to express our appreciation to Dr. Tidings for their hospitality of the staff and faculty here at Chattanooga State Community College. A wonderful evening last night of food and also entertainment. And that, Madam Chair, concludes my report.
Thank you, Director Jones, and we thank the TCAT here at Chattanooga for hosting our breakfast this morning as well. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well done. Thank you. And last but not least, Dr. White will give our university president's report. And here she comes in her Austin P. Red.
I've been trying to think of a car analogy, and I don't have one, so I'll just move on. So good morning. Thank you, Vice Chair Reynolds, Chancellor Gregory, and Regents for giving me another opportunity to address you. And I just want to say thank you to Chancellor Gregory, who's retiring. If I could vote, I would say no. I can't tell you how many times I've called him and just say, I need to give you a heads up about something. And he was always very encouraging and supportive and helped me and my team to get a path forward, which is what you want in a leader. You never want to be worried to make that phone call. So thank you so much for your support. Also, thank you, President Tidings, and all of those at Chattanooga State for really showing us how to put on a board meeting. We've been watching, and I brought a team to come see what you did so that we can know what to do when we're doing our own. Chancellor Gregory asked me to talk a little bit about where we are in transition on the Focus Act and what will happen when our boards are named. And I wanted to respond to some of the issues that were raised during the Chancellor's report. Remember that even though we are leaving from oversight of TBR, we are not going on our own. So we won't be independent without a board. There will be a board of trustees who have the same accountability, the same responsibility, the same obligation and authority to serve Tennesseans and to push us forward and work with us to achieve the goals set in the Drive to 55 that we have now. So rather than being, I've heard some say, well, you're going rogue. Well, no, we're really not. We are in this together. I also have probably a unique perspective. I graduated from a private university in the state of Tennessee, about 30 miles from here. I have 2 graduate degrees from the University of Tennessee at Knoxville. I went to Cleveland State Community College in the summer, where I may be the only person ever to set her hair on fire in chemistry. I hope that you still don't have my records there, Dr. Seymour. But I have been through several different institutions in the state of Tennessee and know how each was very important to my success, very important to my path forward. There isn't just one way. And so this is maybe where the car analogy comes forward. My husband and I have different car personalities. I'm in advertising, so I have a very short attention span anyway. I want something fast. I pick a car that will help me pass on a 2-lane road because I do not want to be stuck. My husband has purchased 7 in a row of the same car. You can get in it and not know it's new because it looks exactly like the one he had before. Somebody like me needs to be married to somebody like him. But the point is, we also have different needs when we go to school. Where do I fit in? Who can help me succeed? Who can get me where I want to go? Maybe it's money, maybe it's location, maybe it's program, maybe it's culture. But there are no institutions, public institutions in the state of Tennessee that I would not be happy to send my children to, whether it's a TCAT, a community college, or a university, and we are in it together. So where are we? All 6 of the TBR universities submitted substantive change prospectuses to SAC-COC, the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools Commission on Colleges, outlining the changes in governance structure that will soon occur after full implementation of the Focus Act. We were asked to give a date for when the new Board of Trustees would be named. So obviously, we've got some shifting to do there. It's expected that the governor will name those trustees by the end of the month or the first part of October. We have to submit those names and bio sketches to SAC-COC by October 15. It is understood, however, that each member will have to be confirmed by the General Assembly in the spring. They cannot operate, they cannot act, they cannot operate as a board until not only they're confirmed, but they have gone through training that will be offered by THEC. So this preliminary work with SAC-COC is to put us in compliance with their meeting schedules. They only meet in December and June. So we'll give them a heads up, but they'll know that these are tentative appointments until confirmed. Each university then will submit an addendum to the prospectuses that we submitted September 1, outlining those new board nominees. The prospectuses also outline the primary changes. How are we going to conduct business? Well, really, again, we will continue to do the work that we're doing now, but instead of reporting to you, we will be reporting to an independent board obligated to the same goals that you are. The new boards will select and evaluate presidents. They will prescribe curricula, approve budgets, establish policies, receive donations, purchase land, and exercise other powers just as you do. In addition, the prospectuses outline the Tennessee Higher Education Commission's expanded role to establish binding tuition ranges and its enhanced role in coordinating capital projects and approving institutional missions. We also let SAC-COC know that Tennessee Board of Regents will still have the obligation to review our operating budgets for surety purposes as outlined in the Focus Act. Each university has put together a transition task force, and serious work is ongoing because we're trying to consider how we want and need to continue to communicate and collaborate with one another, UT and TBR institutions, and as we think about what services that TBR currently provides us that we really want to continue to get, or those that we would get from somebody else, or those that we would provide ourselves. Because separating from a long-standing organizational structure can be challenging and can foster unintended misunderstandings regarding authority, duties, and responsibilities, the institutions are encouraging those involved in transition to draw hard lines of separation between TBR and the individual institutions regarding the internal audit function. The goal is not to remove external oversight. We know we need that, but to move it from TBR to another agency or firm so that a clean separation can occur. And that's maybe an odd statement, but I want you to consider something. Each institution will have a board of 10. 1 student, 1 faculty member, and then 8 appointed by the governor. There's going to be a little jockeying at first, and it would be problematic. It may be problematic if those new board members feel as though they have been given some direction and some obligation, but that obligation still rests with another body. And sometimes it's cleaner to make it more of a separation and then to choose to collaborate in some areas afterwards. So I just offer that for your consideration. All in all, much progress has been made since the last quarterly meeting, and we will continue working with our staffs, TBR and THEC staffs, and the Governor's Transition Task Force to work out details. And if you have any concerns or advice or questions, I'm open to hearing.
Any questions or thoughts for Dr. White, who did her usual exceptional job in laying out the challenges before us in our transition? No? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And thanks for all the hard work that's going into this. So much appreciated.
We're looking forward, and I will give you an offer, all of you. If there is a problem, when we move forward and we become a barrier, call me, because I will make sure that for Austin Peay it's removed.
Thank you. Dr. White, don't go too terribly far, because I'm going to reorder our business here a little bit with the Chancellor's permission. We've got a hard stop for some of our folks on departure. This Security and Safety Task Force report is very important, but at the same time, we have some new business items we absolutely have to get done. And I want to give everybody the opportunity to vote on those. So if there are no objections, I want to quickly get through our new business, which should not take too terribly long, and then let's go to this task force report, get through as much of it today as we can, and hopefully with time for questions and comments from the board. If we find that we still have unanswered questions or need more information, then I've suggested to the Chancellor we can come back to it at our next meeting. But I do think we'll be able to get a good bit of this done, but more important is for me to quit talking and for us to move then to our new business, so we can in fact move along. With that, I will call on the Chancellor. We need to approve our 2017 meeting dates.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This is an action item, and the proposed meeting dates for 2017 are included in your board materials, and they are as follows. On Thursday, March the 30th, we're holding that date as a potential board retreat date. We don't have anything, a location or anything scheduled. It may be a great time for you to be in retreat and meet with a new chancellor, but we're just holding that as a particular date. Friday, the March 31st, is the board meeting at the new Nissan facility, hosted by the Middle Tennessee TCATs. And on Thursday and Friday, June 22nd and 23rd, Roane State Community College will be hosting. Thursday and Friday on September 21 and 22 is Southwest Tennessee Community College. Your materials may have said Dyersburg, and that, if so, that is an error, and please correct that. It's Southwest Tennessee. It's Thursday and Friday on September 21 and 22. And then on Thursday, December 14th, the TBR location, TBR will host the meeting held at Volunteer State Community College. Mr. Krause and I are in conversation about the joint meeting, and we're roughly looking at a potential date of January, sometime in the month of January, but I don't have that to propose to you today. We're just continuing to work through that. But, Madam Chairman, those are the proposed dates, action item for 2017.
Excellent. Thank you for walking us through that. We need a motion to approve. Thank you, Regent Griscom. A second? Second. Thank you, Regent Thomas. Any discussion? Hearing none. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Thank you very much. Regent Roddy, you're up next. We need to approve the Personnel Committee minutes.
Thank you. The Personnel and Compensation Committee met in a regular session yesterday to review and recommend approval of the following items: an out-of-cycle faculty promotion inadvertently omitted from June submission. That's number one. Number two, tenure upon appointment. The third, institutional compensation increases. And fourth, revisions to the TBR policy regarding firearms and other weapons. As the committee chair, I move that the board approve the report of the September 15, 2016 meeting of the Committee on Personnel and Compensation as presented.
Thank you, Regent Roddy. We have a motion. I need a second. Regent Freeman, any discussion?
Approval of this report will require a roll call vote.
Thank you. And with that, Mary Moody, hit it.
Regent Apple?
Aye.
Regent Duckett?
Aye.
Regent Fitzner?
Aye.
Regent Freeman?
Aye.
Regent Griscom?
Aye.
Regent Prescott?
Aye.
Regent Reynolds? Aye. Regent Roddy?
Aye.
Regent Russell?
Aye.
Regent Shockey?
Aye.
Regent Smith? Aye. Regent Thomas?
Aye.
Regent Varlin? Aye. The motion carries.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Regent Duckett, the minutes of the Finance and Business Operations Committee, please, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Finance and Business Operation Committee met yesterday in regular session. The committee reviewed and recommended approval of the following items: 4 consent agenda items, the capital budget recommendation for fiscal year 2017-18, which includes $302,680,000 for capital outlay, including the request for the University of Memphis for a substitution project and $116,450,000 for capital maintenance, for a total of $419,130,000. Thirdly, the system budget request for fiscal year 2017-2018, waiving requirements that universities must execute new foundation agreements by September 2016. And as chair of the committee, I move that the board approve as presented the report of the September 15, 2016 meeting of the Committee on Finance and Business Operations.
Thank you, Regent Duckett. We have a motion. Second, Regent Griscom. Thank you. Any discussion? This item also requires a roll call vote. Mary?
Regent Apple?
Aye.
Regent Duckett?
Aye.
Regent Fitzner?
Aye.
Regent Freeman?
Aye.
Regent Griscom?
Aye.
Regent Prescott?
Aye.
Regent Reynolds? Regent Roddy?
Aye.
Regent Russell?
Aye.
Regent Shockey?
Aye.
Regent Smith? Regent Thomas?
Aye.
Regent Barlin? The motion carries.
Thank you very much. Two important pieces of business done. And now to one of our favorites, the naming request. Today we have 3 from Austin P. The Chancellor will lead us off. I've been advised we can take all 3 in one voice vote. And then Dr. White, we welcome your comments.
And thank you, Madam Chairman. It is a pleasure. There are 3 items, all 3 for Austin P. One is actually a renaming, and then the other 2 are naming. So I'll take those all 3 at once. First is on September the 16th of 2010, Austin P State University opened the new Hemlock Semiconductor Building, and after Hemlock began construction on a new plant in Clarksville. The new building housed the Chemical Engineering Technology Associate's Degree Program and Laboratory. In 2014, the Hemlock Semiconductor announced it was not opening the plant and subsequently approved removing Hemlock Semiconductor name from the building at Austin Pe's campus. Austin P is requesting that the building be renamed the Technology Building for campus maps and signage. Therefore, Madam Chairman, I am requesting approval to rename the Hemlock Semiconductor Building as the Technology Building. The second item then is in 2016, Austin P State University purchased an 11-acre car dealership directly across from the campus, then owned by Mr. Don Jenkins. Over the years, many individuals had indicated an interest in purchasing the property. However, he always refused, giving the university the first right of refusal and agreeing to sell the property at the appraised value. This fall, Austin P decided to move its advancement office into the building, formerly named the Jenkins and Wynn Pre-Owned Cars. And Mr. Jenkins has served as a past president of the Austin P Foundation, guided the foundation's fundraising efforts for years, and has been a generous donor. In the last 3 years, Mr. Jenkins has committed over $332,000 in unrestricted funds to the university and plans to generously contribute into the future. Austin P is requesting that this building, formerly owned by Don Jenkins, be named the Jenkins Building in honor of the Jenkins family and their generosity. And so, Madam Chairman, I will request that I will certify that this also meets our building naming requirements as well and recommend that. And then finally, the Morgan family, this is Austin P requests the name walkway between the Marks and Blunt Hall to be known as the John Morgan Walk of History. The Morgan family is a well-known family on the campus of Austin P State University. The University Center is named the Morgan University Center after the former President Joe Morgan. Austin P would like to recognize his son, our former Chancellor John Morgan, an Austin P alum, for his 40 years of dedicated service to the state of Tennessee and to the Tennessee Board of Regents by naming an alumni recognition area after him. This newly developed space will be dedicated this fall to recognize alumni and donors to the university through a brick recognition program. John Morgan's service and commitment have positively benefited Austin P and will inspire other friends and supporters of the university to a similar level of dedication. Therefore, Madam Chairman, I also request the approval in this naming in honor of former Chancellor John Morgan for his dedication and support to Austin P University. Madam Chairman, members of the board, I recommend all 3 of these requests.
Thank you very much, Chancellor. So you have before you then the renaming of the Hemlock Semiconductor Building to the Technology Building, Jenkins and Wynn. And when you started that, I thought, I'm not sure we'll get there, but you did, by golly, in honor of the Jenkins who've been so generous. And finally, to our former chancellor, who was a great public servant in the state of Tennessee, the John Morgan Walk of History. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved, Madam
So
Chair.
moved. Thank you. Regent Roddy, second. Regent
Second.
Duckett, thank you very much. Any discussion?
I just have
Regent
one
Farland.
question on the John Morgan Walk of History. Are you selling bricks for that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, would you mind letting the regents know about that? I mean, I
Oh, I'd
personally
love-
would
I'd
like
love
to know,
to.
but I imagine there'd be others that might be interested in contributing to that.
I'll be glad to get that information. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good question. Anyone else? Hearing no further discussion, this requires a voice vote for all three. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much. Dr. White?
Thank you so much. I'm really excited about this. I wanted to let you know about the Hemlock Building, which is now the Technology Building. That building is fully utilized except for the Chemical Engineering Technology Lab. So the dean's office is there, we have classrooms there, and it is widely used by students. We are looking for ways to convert the Chemical Engineering Technology Lab into a mechatronics lab. And that's why technology will work now, and then we will seek some support for help later, and then we'll come back to some board and ask for permission to rename it again. But we do need something on the sign. The College Street acquisition is really important to us as well. I just wanted to let you know that the Jenkins family was located there for 50 years. So they have a huge footprint in Clarksville. And not only have they been giving to us unrestricted funds for the last 3 years and are continuing to do so, they also funded an art gallery in the UC and then also a plaza outside of Forterra Stadium in honor to memorialize actually their son who passed away about 3 years ago.
Oh.
So this family is very close to Austin Peay, and it's just only fitting that they have a name continually connected with us in what was their space. So thank you so much for that. And how can I tell you anything about Chancellor John Morgan other than to know that he is revered on our campus? He is a son of Austin Peay, he is a brother to Austin Peay, and he is a father to Austin Peay. I told him when he hired me, when I came in, you hired me, but at his recommendation that he was responsible for me until I retired, but I don't think he took that up. But you know, he grew up in the house that I live in now. He is so tied to our history, and what we're going to do is put a sign at the entrance of that walkway talking about his long relationship with Austin Peay. And what I love about that is that we want to inspire not only alumni to get connected with us, but I want to inspire every student who starts as a freshman or a transfer student or comes into Austin Peay to know that he and she can live a life of service as John Morgan did. And that's really what this is all about. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Well said, as always. Thank you. Well,
I
folks,
think you just sold about 20 bricks.
Oh, there you go. There you go.
That's right.
Thanks, That's right. Oh, that's right, Daddy. With that, we have concluded our new business, but again, we have this very important Security and Safety Task Force report, and Chancellor, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I just want to acknowledge the board's role in helping to shape what you're about to see. It really was over a year ago, well, not quite a year ago, I'm sorry, that we had this discussion at a board meeting, and I give the board credit for pushing along the idea of taking a close look at where we are with our security and safety efforts on our campus. Back in March, we established a task force. We set a 6-month time frame. In retrospect, we probably should have let that be a bit longer. The work that's been done has been really thoughtful. I want to, I'll have an opportunity maybe at the end of the presentation to thank Bruce Harbour and Rebecca Ashford, Lynn Goodman for being our chairs. You'll hear from them in a moment. Those people who played key roles from our institutions who served on the task force, the presidents and directors who gave them time to participate, to our key staff members, Ginger Hauser, Dr. Heidi Lemming, Ms. Heather Stewart. Just a great word of appreciation. But to the board itself, this is you really own this for helping us to get started. And with that, let me shut up and let's hear the report.
While these folks make their way to the stage, you're nice to thank us, but we thank you for your vision in bringing this to us in a very timely way. So thank you, Chancellor.
Board members, I'm not asking you to act on this report today. I'm asking you to receive the report, and from the report, then there's work that I need to do with both the presidents and directors as we think about an implementation schedule.
Good morning. I think I made morning, didn't I? I'm still on Central Standard Time. Madam Chair, Chancellor, and members of the Board of Regents, I want to thank you for this opportunity. It's extremely important. As the Chancellor just mentioned, I think last December I came and spoke before this group at the board office, and we talked about some things that were occurring then, some things that had risen to the attention of not only the media and the country, but also with our faculty, staff, and students. And again, I want to thank the Chancellor for doing as he's done for several years, working with law enforcement throughout the state, from the colleges and community colleges and universities, to help us accomplish some of the things that we've had to do. And again, I know I've worked with him for probably 12 years or so, and he's been a tremendous resource to us. So I just want to thank him personally for that. Again, I'm Bruce Harbour. I'm the former chief of police at the university as of July 1st of this year, and I'd been there for 15 years as chief of police. I'm now the chief operations officer. To my right, as the Chancellor mentioned, are my two co-chairs, Rebecca Ashford. She's vice president for student affairs at Pellissippi State, and then Dr. Ashford, and then Dr. Lynn Goodman, who is the associate vice chancellor for operations for the TCATS. And I don't want to be remiss, but we've got a couple of our other task force members that are here. Chief Tom Stefano from Roane State is here. I saw Virginia Moreland earlier. I don't know if she's still here. And I think Dr. Heidi Lemming is here. She also worked with us, as did Ginger, who's my co-pilot
Eastman
today.
Is here. I see Karen in the. Yeah,
And Karen,
Karen.
and yes, Karen, who's here on faculty, a chair, and here at Chattanooga State. So again, and they were all, again, invaluable in helping us put this together. So thank you. As the Chancellor mentioned, in March, he charged this group, there were 18 of us, and their names will be up there in just a second, to go out and look at the best practices around the country, review what we had currently. And as he mentioned, and one thing that stuck with me from that first meeting back in March is if you've seen one TBR institution, you've seen one TBR institution. And that became our challenge, is how do we go in and look at this from the perspective of a university, from a community college, and from the TCATS. And again, I think the representation that we were, I'm going to say, blessed to work with helped us do that. But that was part of the review of the current campus practices. Look at our areas of greatest need for support, take a critical look across the system at what we had and what we didn't have and what we needed, and then make those recommendations, which we will do briefly today. It's a 90-page document with the addendums, so there's no way we're going to cover everything, but we're going to try to at least highlight some of the key points today as we move forward. And again, this is the group of 18 individuals that made up the task force, and again, just a phenomenal group. We did a lot of work, but it was pleasant to work with them. And then the vision, and I'm not going to read all of the slides, but I will read these two because I think they're important. We came up with these at one of our early meetings to try to guide us as we move down the road to where we are today. The vision of the TBR Campus Safety and Security Task Force is for all TBR campuses to be safe and secure for all students, faculty, staff, and visitors in order to focus on student success. I think it goes without saying that we want our students to be able to come to to class, to come to school in some cases if they're commuting every day without having to worry about anything except their academic success. There's been too much, I think, undue focus on safety. In some cases, it's been warranted, but I also think that we have to get the message out about how safe our campuses actually are also. And then second, the mission of the TBR Campus Safety and Security Task Force is to explore the external environment. We looked outside of the state of Tennessee for lessons learned from acts of violence, identify best practices, assess the internal environment for security strengths and gaps, and make system-wide recommendations to enhance ongoing campus safety and security. There's a summary in the document that you've been given. It's not contained here in the slides, but there were a few things that I did want to point out. One thing that we did when we looked at the external environment, we were able, I think it was on July 11th at East Tennessee State, we were able to meet with the Chief of Police at Virginia Tech. He'd made the trip down to meet with us and shared some invaluable insight and personal knowledge. He was not the chief in 2007 when the tragedy occurred there, but he was the FBI agent that was in charge of the follow-up investigation and assisting Virginia Tech and the state of Virginia with handling that event. We also looked at some other states and what they were doing. Specifically, we looked at Georgia. I talked to the head of the UT system. Yep, when I say UT, University of Texas system. We tend to call it Knoxville here, UT, but the University of Texas system. But also we looked at, as you'll see, things that a lot of people don't think about when they think of campus safety. They think of, violent, tragic incidents, but also making our campus safe for all of our students, with the Clery Act, VAWA, the SAVE Act, and particularly paying attention to gun violence and then sexual violence on our campuses. So it kind of transcended what the media tends to focus on a lot of times when they're talking about our campuses. Another thing that's contained in the introduction that I think it would be remiss if I didn't mention is those of us that deal day to day with some of the student side of the educational house. We have seen, and a lot of studies have shown, a greater number of students struggling with significant mental health issues. So Dr. Ashford will speak about what we are proposing there. And then everyone's aware that as of July 1 this year, full-time employees on our campuses can now carry with a permit concealed on the campuses where they are employed. And just to give you a quick update on that, and it's not in the report, but we have 416 people as of last week, employees, full-time employees who have registered to carry on our campus. Those are 236 at the university level, 150 at the community college level, and then 35 at the TCATs. And I'll talk a little bit about more. One thing we did not do is make recommendations for specific police equipment. As you'll see, we'll be making a recommendation for a proposed chief of police or director at the board level, and we thought it would be more appropriate for that person to make specific recommendations for specific equipment. And then lastly, we focused on, and we recommended sharing of resources, especially with those institutions that are in reasonable proximity of others, because those collaborative efforts will make the recommendations and the implementation much more efficient. And I know there's a lot going on. I think a good example is what I've seen between, here at Chattanooga State, working closely with the TCAT here in Chattanooga and sharing information and resources.
Mr. Harbour, can I interrupt you just a minute? You indicated there were 416 people that had hand carry permits out of a total employee population of how many? Do you know? Do you have that figure?
Chancellor may have to answer
15,000.
15,000. I think that's an interesting comparison, that only 416 applied to have the can carry out of that number. Thank you, excuse me.
No, that's a very good question. Thank you. In April, after we had the task force up and running, we surveyed, especially with the help of Dr. Lemming, faculty, staff, and students to get some of their impressions on how they felt and perceptions of how they felt on campus. There's quite a bit of information in the report that goes into the survey. It goes in depth into the survey, explaining what we learned from that. And then there are a few highlights here on the slide. And as it says, they generally feel safe on campus. Few students have been a victim of crime, and I'll give you a stat on that in just a minute. Despite feeling safe, 21 to 37% of students believe that college officials could do more to protect them. This became, came alarmingly to our attention this week. There was a report that was released on the 13th, which may have been Monday, that Morgan State in Baltimore, Maryland, is having to pay $900,000 to a student victim of a campus shooting by a non-student because the student was able to argue successfully during the proceedings that the campus was not a safe environment. So I think that lets us know what the mindset or what the tone is that we're facing in trying to keep our campuses. We know our campuses are safe, but we've got to do everything we can and send every message that's available to us that we're doing, again, everything to make our campuses even safer. And then there, on the bottom there, the things that students indicated that they were most concerned about. And then on the next slide, 12% of faculty staff were a victim of crime on campus. They were satisfied with the result, but again, that's being reactive rather than proactive, and part of what we wanted to do as a task force is be proactive. The top 5 most concerning personal safety issues: being a victim of an angry or hostile student, which could overlap with the second one there, being a victim of an active shooter; other people outside of law enforcement carrying weapons on campus, and as we know, we've got a little over 400 right now doing so. And I'll go ahead and throw this out there. There's been discussion that the legislature may look at allowing students to carry in the coming year, and as Chief Stefano and I were talking earlier, that's no pun intended, another battle that we're going to have to try to fight in the legislature this year. You couple that with some legislation that was presented last year to lower the handgun permit carry age from 21 to 18, which thankfully didn't pass, but we may see that again, so we've got our work cut out for us moving forward. What that does, it's just going to continue to complicate this picture and cause people to feel even less safe on their campuses based on what we learned from the survey. As we know, most of our campuses are safer than the area that surrounds them statistically.
Hey, Bruce, do you mind for a question?
Yes. No, I'm sorry.
I'm so sorry to interrupt.
No, that's fine.
When you said you talked to the University of Texas, I was interested. I know that Texas recently implemented student carry on their campuses, and I was wondering if the chief of police for the UT system had an opinion on that.
Yes. Well, when I talked to him was in April or May, and I don't think theirs took effect until August 1st. Is that
on
right?
The anniversary of a mass shooting?
Yes, of the tower there at Texas. He didn't seem to think that it was going to be as big a problem, and this was the chief that's over the entire system. He didn't seem to think that the carry issue was going to be as big of a problem for them as other people thought. But what we know has happened since then is there have been faculty members that have wanted to post their offices and classrooms as no carry zones, and I think the court system in Texas have told them that they would be disciplined if they tried to do that. And I'll kind of go a little further with that point, is we're having faculty members come to us now wanting to know if they can post the same thing. So it's going to continue to go down that road. Thank you.
Thank you for that answer.
As we've known for years, and one of the reasons why I think we were so adamant in trying to prevent additional weapons on our campus is our biggest issue is larceny theft. But we've also been, we have seen an increase in violent acts of involving guns, handguns and long guns on our campuses across the country. So what we've had to deal with is the perception where people don't feel safe in a classroom. And that's the mindset we had to go in. I've done a lot of work over the years in the area of crime prevention. And when I left municipal law enforcement, I thought if we could have the lowest or almost zero crime on a campus, that our work was done. And what I learned that half of the battle is making sure that people feel secure and safe. So that's a big part of it. Even though your numbers are low, our numbers are low, we have to make sure that people feel safe on our campuses. And again, as it mentions, community colleges and the TCATs had even far fewer reported crimes. This is just a quick table, but I want to add something to this. It shows how safe our campuses are, and these are public and private institutions, compared to the rest of the state. And at any given time, the crime rates on our campuses are 2.5 times lower than the national average. I look at the TBI Crime and Safety Report every year, and we tend to run 2.5 times, and we should be, because we've got our own police agencies there on campus. But one of the things that I wanted to point out that's not on here is the Bureau of, in 2005, the BJS did a study titled Violent Victimization of College Students. 93% of students who become a victim of a violent crime, it occurs off campus. Only 7% in that time range, and again, that's a little dated, but it's the best and only study that's out there to this degree right now. On campus, 7%, and it was primarily during the day, which is contrary to what I think a lot of people believe about on-campus crimes, but off campus, where they're victimized 93% of the time, about 70% of those occur at night. So again, just more to go into our mindset as we look at trying to make sure everyone feels safe on our campus. Statistically, we're good, but unfortunately, that's not the perception that we're working with. So the first recommendation, and we're going to go through these based on the specific areas that we worked on, Dr. Ashford and Dr. Goodman and I. But these are the first, just a summary of the recommendations that we made, and this is about system structure, standards, and practice. Something that a couple of the chiefs and I have been talking about for probably 12 to 14 years is to establish a TBR safety and security department with a director or chief of police at the board level. And we'll get into some budget things at the end of the presentation. We think that's critical so that there is some consistency and some form of standardization as we all have to go out and try to confront these issues. Create a TBR compliance officer also at the system office. We think that's also critical because of, and I'll just mention the Clery Act and how confusing it can be at times to try to make sure you remain in compliance, and we think having a central source and someone that could be working with all of the institutions to make sure they're in compliance with Clery, which, as we know, changes, and then you throw VAWA in there, you throw SAVE, and it has become much more of a challenge than it was when I came to campus law enforcement in 2000. And then every community college should employ a certified police chief. If they only have one officer there, that would be the chief, and right now I believe we have 4 that don't have any commissioned officers. Any of 4 of the 13 community colleges just do not have a commissioned officer on campus. All of the TBR institutions should be accredited through the TACP. That's a local or a state level accreditation process that the Tennessee Association of Chiefs of Police have come up with to keep from having to try to go first for national accreditation. It's the first step towards national accreditation, but we think state level accreditation is critical for all of our agencies. And then basically the last one just says we need to look at the memorandums of understanding that we need to have in place with local law enforcement to make sure that we've got everything covered in the event something should occur. And then second, these are recommendations again in security police, dealing with staffing levels, we looked at, there's a matrix model called the Margulis-Healy. There's some more information about it in the full report. But the ratio that we came up with, and this came also out of a 2011 community-oriented policing survey for colleges, that each institution should have security or police staffing of 1 officer to 625 students. So that's the number we worked with. And to do that, moving down into recommendation number 2, would require employing about 34 security/police system-wide. And again, primarily those are going to be TCATs, but also at the community college level.
All right, thank you, Bruce, and thank you all for having us here today. So I want to give a little bit of background information on behavioral intervention teams before we get into the recommendations related to those. Behavioral intervention teams are teams that are established on college campuses to help anticipate violent acts violent acts on the part of students. Prior to Virginia Tech, the incident at Virginia Tech in 2007, some colleges and universities around the United States had behavioral intervention teams, but after Virginia Tech, they were springing up on almost every campus around the United States. And according to the committee's research, we found that these committees are the best method of identifying and responding to the potential for student violence. So we think it's really important that we establish these behavioral intervention teams and provide training for them. These teams are typically made up of our deans of students or our chief judicial officers. If there's a counselor on staff or a group of counselors on staff, one of those counselors typically serves on the behavioral intervention team, as well as either the chief of police or someone from the police department or from the safety and security department on campus. Some will also have someone from disability services, and often someone from academic affairs. For instance, at Pellissippi State, our dean of English serves on our behavioral intervention team, and we find that to be very helpful. So what do these teams do? Well, they meet very regularly. Ours meets once a week, and they take in reports from faculty and staff and from students on campus regarding student behaviors of concern. So if a student is behaving strangely or making strange comments or writing things in their English papers that are a little alarming, that gets notified. The behavioral intervention team is notified. And what they do is they sort of track the reports about students that come to them over time and determine what's the best course of response. And it was very interesting when we met with Chief Faust from Virginia Tech in July. He noted that had individuals reported the behaviors that they had noticed from Cho, the shooter, that perhaps that incident might have been reported. So that is the purpose of behavioral intervention team, is to try to prevent acts before they happen, and also to reach out to the students and provide support. Most of the students who reported to behavioral intervention team aren't going to be mass shooters. They might just need some help. So that's why they are so important. So we have some recommendation here on our task force. First, we'd like to have a TBR policy that addresses behavioral intervention teams. And that policy could include, what are the scope of the teams? Do they simply address student behaviors? Should they also look at employee behaviors? The chief of police at Virginia Tech and other documents that we've read from Virginia Tech indicated it was very important to also monitor behavior of employees. We have seen situations where employees have become violent on campuses. That policy could address record keeping, confidentiality, and also options related to mandated mental health assessments. That's something that comes up very frequently on our campuses. Can we mandate a student to have a mental health assessment? And then can we involuntarily remove a student from campus based on that? So we're looking for a system-wide policy. Second, we're looking for a structure for counseling staff on our campuses and also for team members on our behavioral intervention teams to meet regularly, to have annual training, to share resources, and to collaborate, and to share their best practices on campuses. So that's a bringing together of people on our campuses at the system level. Of course, not all of our campuses have behavioral intervention teams. Our universities and our community colleges typically do. Our TCATs do not. So we would be looking for a way to establish those on all of our campuses, as they are such a primary means of preventing acts of violence. So we're looking for each institution to create an institutional level behavioral intervention team and develop standards of reporting and training for those team members. Next, we're looking for, at the system level, identifying and securing a comprehensive database that would be used at the campus level to track cases referred to our campus level behavioral intervention teams. And what we're looking for is to address that at the system level in hopes to have cost savings by buying in volume. And we're also exploring the idea, not mandating, not recommending, but exploring the idea of sharing conduct records for students who are expelled or dismissed from TBR institutions for behavioral issues. What happens now if a student is expelled from one of our institutions, that student can drive a few miles or a few hundred miles and go enroll at another institution at TBR, and perhaps it would be good if we knew that that student had been expelled. And of course, as Bruce mentioned earlier, more and more of our students are coming to us with mental health issues. So we need to examine the need for minimum staffing levels and minimum credentials for mental health personnel on our campuses. And if it's not possible or not feasible to have mental health providers on our campuses, let's establish MOUs with mental health providers in our community. Thank you.
The next area that we looked at were the campus grounds and facilities. And just to deviate from the presentation briefly, but as someone who's been involved with crime prevention for many years, when we looked at campus crime prevention, historically, we worked from the outside in. We started with our remote areas, the parking lots, making sure they were secure, making sure they were adequately lit, and worked in toward campus. Well, the concerns now over these violent incidents have caused us to have to flip that model. At least that's the way I look at it, in that we're having to secure from the inside out. And I think the classroom is the area where people feel most vulnerable because in these in these incidents of mass violence, the individual, we're told, look for a large number of people in a confined space. And if you think of our classrooms that have maybe up to 50 people in them, and then you have lecture halls that may have a couple of hundred, people think that, and they have shown to be, like at Northern Illinois, for example, where the individual went into an auditorium-type lecture hall, they tend to be areas where people feel more concerned based on what they've seen that has happened in those. So that's the approach we took from the task force. Is there are a lot of things you need to do to make a campus safe, but I think the primary focus right now has to be working from the inside, working from the classrooms out. Start with the classrooms, go to the exterior doors. So our recommendations are classrooms and lecture halls, primarily, not individual offices, because a lot of those can be secured anyway. But we tried to go to the area that the behavioralists are telling us most of the issues occurring, and those are large numbers of people in confined spaces. That's why with run, hide, fight, your first option is run, and that's to get out of the confined space, to get out of the masses, everyone spread out, and that's why that's the number one option if you get involved in one of those types of incidents. So with that, we said that all classrooms and lecture hall doors must be lockable from within and meet code requirements. There are fire codes, there are accessibility codes that have to be taken into consideration, and with our older institutions, we have any number of different locking systems. We have some doors in classrooms at the University of Memphis that we are in the process of replacing now, the locking mechanisms. that cannot be locked at all from the inside. At other campuses and other places on our campus, you can lock the door with a key from the outside, and it'll stay locked, so if you have to close it in a hurry, the door's locked. But then there are some that can't be locked at all. So we're looking for consistency and standardization. The panic bars, and those are the old handle-type double-door bars to exit a building. What Cho did at Virginia Tech is he padlocked those with chains. The newer ones are flush-mounted, and you can't just run a chain and a padlock or a rope or anything to tie those down like he did at Virginia Tech to keep people from being able to exit. It also kept law enforcement from being able to respond in a timely manner. So that's what that second recommendation means there. And then consider establishing a procedure by which all classroom doors are left in the locked position at all times. I heard last December at this meeting, when this board met, that at Dyersburg State, that's been a practice there since they had that tragic incident back in the early 2000s. I want to say it was around 2003, where they had a hostage barricade situation that was unfortunately tragic. So that's what we're talking about there. You may teach with your door open, but perhaps the door is locked. So if you hear the first noise you hear, you just pull the door to, and you're secure. Because what we've learned, most of these incidents are very short term, 5 to 8 minutes on average. So if you can deter the individual for just a matter of a couple of minutes, law enforcement on our campuses is going to be there within 2 or 3 minutes, and that's all you need to do. You don't need to build a protective wall. You just need to buy a little bit of time, and that's what we're trying to do. That was our mindset. And then fourth, perform threat assessments for all buildings and grounds, and again, that's spreading a little wider. Using crime prevention through environmental design, you'll hear that referred to as CEPTED strategies, and we've put some information in the packet about some links about how to get there. But what CEPTED says, the definition, according to the National Crime Prevention Institute, is the proper design and effective use of the built environment can lead to a reduction in the fear and incidence of crime and an improvement in the quality of life. And remember, the fear is one of the issues that we're dealing with. It's just not safety statistics. We've got to address the fear. Can we go back to the lock? This is just an example of one of the locking systems that we're talking about, code compliant. If you think about it, it's much like a hotel room door lock, in that you throw the handle, which makes it, again, fire and accessibility compliant. Push the handle down, it'll unlock everything, so you can get out if you need to. It also has a deadbolt throw on it, so not only is the latch locked, but you can throw the deadbolt from the inside with the thumb lock, and then where the A is, and I don't know how well you can see that, it's got the little toggle switch like a lot of our office doors do now. You can flip it up or down so it's in the lock position without a key if you want to leave it standing open. So this is what we're looking at is somewhat, and there are other models by other manufacturers, but that's something of the style that we're looking at. I'm not going to spend time here, but these are just the key principles of crime prevention through environmental design, and again, the material is in the packet.
Thank you, Bruce. One of the sections that I looked at most closely involved training, and specifically the first piece was the training of our security and police officers across the campuses. Of course, as Bruce explained, all our four-year universities have post-certified police officers, and about 60% of the community colleges have certified police officers as employees. None of our TCATs have post-certified police officers as employees. We do have memorandums of understanding with some of the police departments and some other agencies whereby post-certified police officers are on our campus, but they rotate in and out different ones. We just don't have them employed as full-time employees. So what we're looking at is the training that the people are getting. On most of our TCAT campuses, we have some type of security. Of course, those people are unarmed, but they still need training. So the recommendation that came out of training for security and police officers was that all security and police officers should receive the annual training commensurate to their responsibilities and their respective duties on each campus. So that's what we looked at with our security and police, and I think we're doing a good job of that now where we have coverage on our campuses. The second piece that we looked at were the training that's being provided for students, faculty, and staff, and we found that there's really no consistency and not a whole lot of training out there to instruct our faculty, staff, and students about what to do in the case of an emergency on campus. Some of the campuses are using, as Bruce referred to, the Run, Hide, Fight. The City of Houston helped develop this Run, Hide, Fight, and if you haven't seen it, there's a link in our report. It's 3 or 4 minutes, and it's pretty shocking, but it's also very eye-opening about what people need to do. It just basically says run when it's safe to run, find a place to hide if you can, and then if you have no other options, that you fight. And so there are little pocket cards that can be distributed, and that training could be provided. There's no cost for it, and it's very quick to read through. The other piece was that we looked at was about alert systems on our campuses and how do we notify people when there is an emergency on our campuses. There are some very sophisticated alert systems, and they come with a price tag, of course, as all things do. But one of the concerns we had was for the shop areas that are in our TCATs and also in our community colleges, because if you have an alert system that sends a text message, and most of our campuses do have some type of an alert system with a text message option. But if you're in a welding shop or mechatronic shop or industrial maintenance shop, you may not be able to look at your phone. And so we're looking at some kind of alert notification system that would be on a wall in those classrooms that would provide sight and sound, flashing light and noises that would be recognizable. So that's one of the alert systems that we're looking at. And then finally, Rebecca mentioned earlier that we don't have any consistent training on how to recognize and how to report those behavior issues and concerns that faculty, staff, and students might see. And so our recommendations from this are to train our faculty and staff on how to respond to critical incidents on our campuses, to instruct and notify our students, our faculty, and staff about our alert systems, the sophistication of our alert systems, how to use them, and how to respond to them. And then finally, to provide that ongoing training for the campus community regarding how to recognize and how to report those behavioral concerns that are on our campuses. The final piece of the training came in the form of a recommendation that has to do with the National Incident Management System, better known as NIMS. People who are involved in critical incidents, this is a critical incident management team that are synergetic, and they're proactive in their approach to guide departments, all sorts of different departments and agencies, including higher education, to work together when there is a threat or an emergency on a campus. The NIMS curriculum is housed in the United States Department of Homeland Security, and the majority of training is offered online at no cost as well. The task force examination revealed that not all campuses have a NIMS certified person on their campus. So our recommendation out of this finding was that every campus should ensure that campus executives and other designated personnel receive the appropriate level of NIMS training. And that training does come in different levels, and we've enumerated which level each person should have depending on their responsibility in a critical incident.
All right. As Lynn has alluded to in her section about training, emergency preparedness is a huge component of our safety on campus. And we're recommending that TBR at the system level develop an emergency preparedness template that would be that the campuses would use to be audited on for every 3 to 5 years. And we really see this as being part of what the new Director of Safety and Security at the System Office would be in charge of coordinating. That would be part of that person's responsibilities. And the reason for this is we're finding that across our institutions there are various levels of emergency preparedness. Our plans don't always have the same components in them. They're not necessarily exercised or up to date. So we think having the system level template and auditing on these on a regular basis would help with that. And then, of course, simply recommending that each campus has an emergency preparedness plan, training, and process in place on their campus level. And then, because sometimes our campus community is not aware of our emergency preparedness planning, as Lynn alluded to in the training section of training our faculty, staff, and students, we also want to do some marketing to our students about emergency preparedness and what they need to do should there be an emergency. Communication is critically important during an emergency situation, and one of our big recommendations on this committee is that our campus police have radio interoperability with community first responders. And so there is a cost associated with that, and you'll see a little bit more about that later on in the presentation regarding the budget. That will help our campus emergency responders, our campus police, to work with local emergency responders. And then, as we've learned in the course of our investigation over the last 6 months, that sometimes if there's an emergency on campus and lots of people are trying to make contact with one another, that we can lose cell phone operability. So we are recommending that each campus explore cellular agreements with major carriers to provide portable systems in the event of an emergency. That was one of the big elements of the Virginia Tech shooting, that tons of parents, thousands of parents and students are trying to contact one another, and they couldn't use their cell phones. Okay, related to all this is emergency notification systems. And we recommend that each campus have a functioning emergency notification system. And with that, we recommend the creation of template messages that could, sort of canned messages that could be put out very quickly in the event of various types of emergencies, such as tornadoes or active shooters or earthquakes or various scenarios. We prefer that these emergency notification systems should be opt-out, so everyone is enrolled, and if you want to get out of it, then you get out of it, but to start with, everyone's enrolled. Then we also recommend the use of social media to communicate with the campus community during an emergency, and we're recommending the use of Twitter, since many of our students are using that, and it's a very quick way of communicating. And then we're also recommending that institutions consider the use of panic button type smartphone apps. We found in all of our surveys of our students and our faculty and staff that everybody's carrying a cell phone. I don't think that's news to anyone, so that's certainly an appropriate way to get in touch with people. And then, of course, I think Lynn alluded to this in her section, that our campus notification systems, where applicable, should not only have in-building notification systems, but also outdoor warning systems as well.
Rebecca, is that number 5 like when we get like an alert, like when your phone goes off if a child's missing or those kind of? Is that the same thing? Would the institution employees get some kind of alert that would hit their phone that would notify them immediately?
Right. And there are various apps that some of our institutions are already using, and but that is the sort of thing that they would be doing.
And our final set of recommendations before we wrap up with the budget implications, we're recommending that TBR should advocate through the General Assembly to amend some statutes. And the first one is the one that clarifies, just making sure that the universities and colleges will still be able to employ police officers because right now I think the governing body that is allowed to do that is TBR under the statute. And then secondly, as we've learned with implementing the law that went into effect this year, there are some things that might need to be cleaned up in that law. For example, the fourth one there, we want to make sure that someone on each of our campuses knows who has signed up to carry. And where that has gotten a little confusing is that if you're at a TCAT and don't have your own, or a community college and don't have your own law enforcement department, police agency, then any of your employees, those 419 that we mentioned that want to carry, have to go to the local municipality or sheriff's office, whoever has jurisdiction. Well, I think the thought was that that agency would share it with one person. That's the way the law reads right now, that they can share it with one person on the campus. And it can't be a person who's directly responsible for their performance evaluations and employment. But what we're finding is there's some interpretation there that the agency does not have to share. So we have a few institutions that have not been able to get information from local law enforcement as to who is carrying on their campus, and we think it's critical that at least one person know, and that's the way the law is written. If you don't have law enforcement on your campus, at least one person can know the way it's written, but it doesn't say that the agency outside of the university has to share that information. So I think that's number 3, where it says that it shall be shared, not, I think now it may say may be shared or something like that. So that's what we're looking at. And then number 2, it's just we want to clarify that we're not going to take adverse action against employees who lawfully exercise their right to carry on campus if in compliance. And then again, the fourth one kind of echoes what I was saying earlier. So those are just some things that we want to work with the board to advocate in the upcoming legislation session. And I've already mentioned there are some other things that we may have to address also. And then finally, what are these recommendations going to cost? There are a few that obviously have a substantial cost attributed to them, and we listed the campus grounds and facilities, replacing the locks, as our number 1 priority. Unfortunately, it's the most expensive because a lot of things that we're recommending can be done at little or no cost, especially a lot of the crime prevention things, such as trimming hedges, just to make sure it creates a safe environment. But replacing the classroom door locks, if necessary, on the classrooms and lecture halls could cost, that lock that we looked at earlier is about $450, and you've got to put in labor. There may be some work that has to go into replacing doors, replacing the thresholds. So we're thinking, based on the number of doors across the system, and it's broken down by the size of institution and the type of institution in the report, but it'll take about $6 million one-time money. And rather than phase that in over a couple of years, we thought it was more important, because this is, again, the primary recommendation, to go ahead and try to get that started immediately and get it funded immediately and get that process in place to make the classrooms and lecture halls securable. The second there is for the Safety and Security Office, to set up that office along with the compliance officer. The 2 main salaries there, there'll have to be some training funds involved there, and that'll be around $343,000 recurring. And then on emergency preparedness, one time $180,000, and that's to provide a minimum of 1 radio for each community college and TCAT, and each institution is going to have to work with their local law enforcement to make sure that they get something that's compatible. You know, it's going to depend on what type of system that local law enforcement and first responders are using in that area, for example, with their sheriff's office. And again, that would be one time. There would be obviously some maintenance over the course of time, but a radio should last for several years if it's only used in emergency situations especially. And then, as I mentioned earlier, adding 34 either security or police officers to make sure we've got at least one person full-time at each institution is going to be about a $2 million price tag recurring annually. And that also ties in, included in that is ensuring that each community college has a post-certified police chief. And again, as we said, 4 currently do not. And then moving to emergency preparedness, to put in the emergency notification systems at each TCAT is about 16,770 recurring, because there are licenses that have to be paid for those based on the number of users, et cetera. And then for the behavioral intervention team, 420,000 recurring, and that's to maintain each institution's tie into these databases to track Title IX cases, the BIT cases, and as you can see, it's about 10,000 a year for each community college and TCAT. And then there's also built in there is about 20,000 system-wide for training consultants for behavior, health evaluation, monitoring, and education. So the total with all the recommendations you see is just shy of 9 million, 2.8 recurring, and 6.1 being one time.
Prodigious amount of important work. Thank you so much, and to the whole team, please convey our thanks. This is a remarkable piece of work in a short period of time, and we thank you.
I'd just like to add to unbelievable amount of work, really well done and very well explained today. I appreciate the time and effort that's gone into not only the data, but also putting this presentation together so that all levels can understand. Thank you.
And for our colleagues who did have hard stops, Sanja tells me we can send them a link to this portion of our meeting to make sure we all have the report. We had it a couple of days ago. We now have a hard copy. So I'm going to encourage everyone to spend some time with it as you can. You guys did a brilliant job getting us through the detail, but it is worth 30 minutes to an hour of our time to peruse it a little bit more carefully. Other questions, comments? Chancellor, why don't you kind of walk us through your thinking on your next steps?
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and thank you to the Regents for, I know this is, for sticking with this presentation. I know we lost some folks to the west side, and thank you to Bruce and Rebecca and to Lynn and to each member of the task force and staff who really have worked hard on this. We have not had a significant incident on one of our campuses like maybe Virginia Tech or other places around the country. That is not a reason for us to be complacent about this issue. It just happens to be the times in which we live in, and I do appreciate the touch points inside this report. I think they hit the right spots. I particularly appreciate the thoughts around the BIT teams, the idea of the challenges that many of our institutions faced with some of our students who are challenged and who are troubled, and it's important to kind of have some early intervention with those students. My thought, Madam Chairman, is you were gracious enough to give me the ability to work with yourself and Regent Duckett around these budget questions. I will be meeting next week with our staff about trying to put together an implementation schedule on the recommendations, and then be talking directly with presidents and directors and getting feedback from them on the most critical elements of this report. It is my intent to make some form of a budget ask to the General Assembly to fund components of this report. I think it becomes a guiding document beyond this legislative session. It becomes a guiding document for our institutions going forward, particularly in areas of proficiency and training and those areas as well.
No, this is a living, breathing document for us to work through, absolutely. Now, are you enjoying your new responsibilities, Bruce?
Yeah, other than the fact I was on the phone like right into the time we walked into here.
Okay.
But yes. Let me also add that Ginger played a major role in putting together this presentation for us.
Thank you.
So that, again, so that it would be, something that Yeah, digestible, good word for that. Because of, we've got 90 pages,
Yeah.
and she helped us pare it down to 20-something slides, I think. So again, she's been an invaluable resource.
No, very well done. I particularly, I appreciated laying out the statistics, which, one crime is too many, but relative, the numbers you showed us relative to the state, I mean, we are doing very well. But your great point of, if we're not perceived as being the safest places we can be, we haven't eliminated the fear. So that was a very valuable point. And the difference that 5 to 8 minutes can tragically make in a life. So those are some significant takeaways, but very well done. Anyone else? Thank you. Good work. And again, please thank your colleagues. That was pretty remarkable. In December, we will meet on the very first day of the month in Nashville, Tennessee. Chancellor, do you have any closing announcements for us here?
Other than, and I don't want to upstage with you this remark, but just tremendous thanks to Dr. Tidings and the entire staff here at Chattanooga State for a delightful 2 days, great preparation and wonderful events and hosting, and just very much appreciate the planning that went into this meeting.
It has gone quickly and gone well, and to the team, indeed, many, many thanks. As President Tidings referenced this morning, our traditional saying is, you're glad to see us come, and you're even happier to see us go. But we have had a great time in this process, believe me. A reminder to my colleagues, take a minute and fill out our surveys for Sanja, so we can take your comments to heart. We have had a great couple of days here. The mums are a sign of the fall, which hopefully will arrive one of these days as we head back into this late summer Tennessee heat. Safe travels, everyone. To everyone across this system, thank you for what you do. It is all about student success, and we are deeply grateful. We are adjourned.